Excuse me, we would like to resume the meeting now. Welcome, everyone, to day 2 of June 2021. We're going to begin this morning with the Resources Committee, and I'll turn the meeting over to Chair Kashani.
Good morning. This is the first time I've ever put glasses on to read something, so this is historic for me. Just a quick reminder, good morning to everybody. The members of the Resource, Facilities, and Affordability Committee are Trustees Borgamenki, Evans, Gill, Scheel, and myself. Voting members are Trustees Borgamenki, Evans, and myself. Dr. Doug Clough is the facility representative for the committee. And at this time, I'd like to ask Senior Vice President Deb Schaefer to lead us through our agenda.
Thank you, Chair Kashani. The primary item on our agenda this morning is an update on our fiscal year 22 and beyond budget planning. And as a preview, you see here that we will be asking the board to approve a continuing resolution. And as our plan is to bring a final FY22 budget at the next board meeting in August. We're still working through, as you know, a number of items within the university related to cost efficiencies, but also we need to respect the state of Ohio's biennial budget process, which is still in process and will be through the end of the month. The first item I wanted to update you on, I hope you're familiar with this chart at this point, we've been showing it throughout the pandemic, is really a summary of the financial impact of the pandemic on Ohio University. We've changed the table a little bit. The prior versions that you saw had a semester by semester breakout. We've now summarized it by fiscal year and added in initial projections for FY22, which are and will continue to change. The top section of this chart is actually the revenue impacts on the institution. So in FY20, you'll recall that we made refunds to students for some of the fees, room and board, and some of the ancillary parking and other fees. That's predominantly what the impacts were in FY20. In FY21, you'll see that if you recall, we did not make revenue or we did not return fees to students, but we did have significant impacts on our revenues, again, predominantly in our auxiliary operations based on the decisions the university made related to our operating model. So as we made decisions related to having students be online or remote for the first semester. The majority of our students, if you recall, we did a phased reopening in the fall semester of the year. And then in the spring semester, we did invite all of our residential students back to campus, but less than half actually returned to campus. And so all of that are revenue impacts on the institution, and that's what you see there in the room and board impacts. We also had a number of impacts related to enrollment. You'll see them there as our COVID enrollment impacts. And again, that's related to our projections on what happened with our revenue base or our enrollments related to the pandemic. It's obviously difficult to say that's the exact reason, but based on our own internal modeling and what our expectations were, that's what the revenue losses were. So you see cumulatively in the little box on the left is where we summarize the all fiscal year impact. The projected impact is $83 million in lost revenue. The middle section are the expenses, and again, these are categorized at a summary or functional level. I'm not going to go through them all. You can see that the most significant cost for the institution and probably all institutions has been the testing and public health component. And you'll see that that was more than $16 million in FY21. I will say that you'll see that that's also, as we think about the next fiscal year in FY22, and we're projecting what our ongoing costs related to the pandemic will be, again, it is the most significant item. These numbers will continue to change as we make decisions as an institution about our operating model in the fall. These projections actually did include the assumption that we would still be testing vaccinated individuals once a month. That decision has been changed, and with that update, that $15 million total estimated cost for FY22 is now around $10 million. So as we continue to see changes both in public health guidance in our operations, we will continue to refine that number. So I just got that number on Friday, and that's why it's not rolled through these numbers yet, but that's about a $5 million impact on our forecasted expenses for next year. The total incremental expenses are then summarized again in the table on the left by fiscal year. You'll note that there's no real expenses that were recorded that first fiscal year in fiscal year 20, because we really, at that point, most of our expenses were incurred in the summer, which was FY21, as we were preparing and all of the facility impacts, et cetera, associated that first year. It was really related to sending students home and the refunds that we paid. And then the bottom section is actually the funds that we've received from federal and state agencies that are what we think of as stimulus money. You'll often hear them referred to as HERF. You see that in parentheses there, or CARES funding. But all of those are the dollars that have come from those stimulus packages for higher education, either directly to higher education from the federal government or to the universities and colleges in the state from the state of Ohio, from their respective share of that. So you can see on the table to the left that as we look at just pure COVID impacts, setting aside what were the changes in our operating budget, which we're going to talk about in a minute, how did it change our behaviors and our spending trends of our normal operations, that the pandemic had we're projecting that it'll have almost a $53 million impact right now negatively on the institution. Now I'm going to show you on the next slide, I think it is, that we actually, because we also changed our behaviors and our operating models internally as an institution, we spent less, which is one of the reasons we were able to weather this so well. Any questions on the pandemic impacts? I move into how are we projecting to end the current fiscal year? Again, this is a very high level summary, and it's challenging to explain FY21 because in the budget, if you recall, in August, we did plan for some of the pandemic impacts. This board usually approves a budget in June, and last year we did not bring a budget to the board because we knew that we were actually in the process of trying to understand how we were going to operate during the pandemic and how that was going to impact our revenues, our expenses, and what support we were going to get. So the budget did include some of those assumptions. So when you see the budget to forecast variance and you say, well, why am I not seeing the same level of change in revenue or expense that I saw on this prior slide? That's because some of those things we had already budgeted for, others we had not. A good example is that when we did the budget in the fall, we had anticipated that we would be ending the semester remotely. So we had already made that operating decision at the institution and had assumed that our room and board revenues would be reduced because we would only have students here through Thanksgiving. After we approved the budget, we then moved into that phased reopening and only brought about 1,600 students back. So that incremental revenue was a loss. but we had already budgeted for some of that lost revenue. So FY21, that's why you're not going to see necessarily the exact same impacts that you had seen on the pandemic schedule, because we did budget for some of them, but we continued to make decisions throughout the year. The one thing I do want to highlight on this slide is in the expense area. So Chair Kashani actually asked the question in the last meeting, well, did we have institutional expense savings that helped us also offset that cumulative negative impact from the pandemic? And you can see here in these three lines, the top three lines where you see salaries, benefits, supplies, and services, that cumulatively for the institution, we had more than, we're projecting, and again, this is a forecast at this point in time, about a $75 million savings this year over our budget. So our expenses are expected to be about $75 million less than we had brought the board-approved budget. You'll see that 52 million of that is in what I would call non-personnel areas. So that 51.7 that you see on the supplies, services, and capital costs are really as a result of the university's operating model. When you think about the fact that we did not do, as an institution, pretty much any travel for the entire fiscal year. We didn't use things like office supplies and printing. We didn't really buy any equipment. So it was a year in which many of our operating expenses were actually not incurred because of the way we were doing business. And those expenses that we were incurring that were kind of incremental and incurred because we were trying to do business in the pandemic, we implemented new technology, bought new technology, had hardware, software. Those were covered in those COVID expenses. So we kind of shifted and had funding, and then our normal expenses we didn't. And then also when you see at the bottom, at the COVID draw for lost revenues, remember, we are drawing in revenues that are also related not only to the revenue losses that we projected this year, which we're permitted to do under the new HERF guidelines, but we also, in this fiscal year, will be recovering the revenue losses from the prior year because we didn't have that HERF dollars available in the prior year to recover those refunds. So you do have some revenue this year that is covering the deficits from the prior year. All told, when you look at the bottom red line, the FY21 forecast, the budget that we brought to the board last August was projecting about a $25 million use of reserves. You'll see that right now, assuming that we do bring in all of the HERF dollars as we are projecting, that we are currently assuming that we will end the year with about a $60 million surplus. That is and does include the combination of all of the COVID impacts as well as that $75 million of underspending in our budget. And that is also the basis on which we made the decision to refund the institutional furloughs to our employees. Because if you recall, those were done at a time when we didn't have an awareness of what or how much funding we would get from the federal and state government for the various stimulus packages, or that there would be multiple and continuing stimulus packages. And we also didn't have a good understanding of what the expenses would be associated with the pandemic. So as we've gone through, if you'll recall, we first made the decision in, I believe it was February, to end the furlough early, and we stopped that at the end of March. And then the president announced that we would be refunding the remainder of that institutional furlough to our employees, and that will be processed at the end of this fiscal year. That will be incorporated, and it is not yet incorporated into these numbers. So that $60 million, if all of our forecasts bear out from across campus, will be reduced by about that $10.5 million, which represents the return of the furlough plus the mandatory benefits and retirement payments that the institution will make on that. So I know that was a lot. Any questions on?
I guess, good news, obviously, but maybe it might be worth mentioning that it's not like we just got $50 million and that just can't be distributed out to everybody and call it a day. So maybe it's worth noting, you know, really what this means for us, if possible.
Thank you. That's a great question and point, I guess. And I think I'm going to answer it on the next slide, because that is something that we really did want to focus on, is what does that mean as we move to the future? So as Chair Kasani indicated, that's fantastic for this fiscal year. So many things were in our favor. So much funding came to the institution that we hadn't planned on. The state's been very generous in making sure that they prioritized higher education with their stimulus money. And the entire institution did an amazing job of managing expenses. So we talked about other direct expenses, but if you note on that slide, there were also significant savings in salaries and wages and then the corresponding benefits. And so that was also a result of very carefully making sure that we were managing our workforce, not just during that period, but for what we need for the future. As you look at that, we've put the box around what we're calling the COVID years. And so because they are really anomalies, and what we need to do is celebrate how we are coming out of this pandemic and the way in which we managed it, but also make sure that we are really focused, more importantly, about where we're headed. You know, as we come out of the pandemic, what is our normal, and what does that look like for the future? So we spend a lot of time focusing on where were we in 19 prior to the pandemic, and what do we look like in 22. I realize it's a several year, transition, but they are really the most likely comparables for normal to normal. So as we look at that, and you see in 22 and beyond, you start to see we are forecasting or budgeting again for use of reserves. I will say that these numbers, and that's the bottom line in that red box, these numbers are better than you have seen before. And we're going to talk today, and you heard some of that yesterday, that is primarily driven by the changes in our enrollment assumptions and the fact that our fall class is shaping up to be significantly better than we had been budgeting for. And Vice President Boninger is going to talk to you about that. But if you look, we've tried to also separate in the very bottom line our revenues. What would our revenues have looked like absent the COVID dollars, and what would our expenses have looked like, to help give some perspective even for those COVID years, what was the COVID impact? I also want to note that in FY22, remember on that earlier slide I showed you that there was $15 million of projected COVID expenses for the fall. So as you look at what is a use of reserves on this slide right now for FY22 and our planning cycle of $31 million, that absent those COVID expenses, going back to a normal, that would be more like $16 million. And because we are now adjusting that down by 5, that will be 10. So that's where we are in that cycle. To Chair Kashani's point, we also are able to, and we need to be thinking about, what did we learn during the last year that we should be able to push forward, because we did operate in a completely different environment, and some of that we should be able to realize as efficiencies continuing on. Professor Clough was just asking about that before the meeting, and we do and have assumed in the information you're seeing that we would maintain about at least $10 million, and there's actually some dollars more in specific planning units. Our goal was to maintain 25% of those non-personnel savings that we realized in this past fiscal year as a permanent reduction in our operating expenses moving forward, as we change the way in which we do business. So that is another thing other than the enrollments that has driven some of the changes that you're seeing in these future year numbers.
Can you give us some examples of some of those change practices?
Sure. First and foremost, professional development, specifically within our administrative operations. So historically, the primary way to stay abreast of your field was to go to whatever the premier national conference. So for business officers, there's NACUBO, which is a national organization of college and university business officers, has a major conference every summer. And that's where they bring in all the experts, you get all the opportunity. We have asked all of our administrative units to remove all but essential travel from their budgets, because there is now going to be the opportunity, and has been the opportunity for the last year, to participate and get all of that knowledge in a remote environment. So incurring all of you might have the membership fee associated with that, but all of the travel related expenses would be removed, and that's material. So that's one example. Printing and office supplies. We have learned to operate in an environment without paper. We are really asking our community to continue to understand and use the behaviors they've used over the last year to limit the cost of some of those operating expenses. So those are two examples. But they are really in every category of expense. We've realized savings over the last year.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The MELT we talked about yesterday in the enrollment class, how close are your assumptions versus the MELT number? Are they assuming the same percentage? So that is assuming that.
Right. We're going to talk about the enrollment assumptions in a minute, but we use 100% of the data that SEEK subcommittee puts together. And these slides have been updated. I think the most recent information was about 2 weeks ago, and they include all of those assumptions, including the MELT, the retention, persistence assumptions.
And going forward, procedurally, that's always the case. Your numbers in finance will always project the projections of the enrollment folks.
Absolutely.
Okay.
With the slight exception, if I might add, that in enrollment planning, we're looking at ranges. And of course, when we give the data over to Katie, we have to figure out what is it exactly that we want to model for these exercises. So there's a little bit of nuance that this process just simply can't bear.
Sure. So in the out years, will finance use the lower number of those ranges? Because
That's a good question. We really look at the context and together decide how conservative we want to be for each of the assumptions that we're making.
enrollment would not like this, but I'd love to use the lower of the range. But, Jeff.
Just to kind of, I guess, clarify in my mind to make sure, following up on Scott's question. So for FY '22, is the assumption of that 3,800 incoming freshmen, minus the MELT, is that what's being used in here right now, or is it the previous projection, which was a little lower?
It's the current information. So the current projections based on what we're expecting for the fall, the incoming class, and how that changes not only that class moving through a 4-year cycle, but also how that behavior, those assumptions change the future year. And you're going to see that in a moment, how we've changed those numbers.
And I love the 3,800 number as much as anybody. In fact, today it's $37.99. So if you know any college-bound students who are ready to make that deposit, we're ready to get us over that 3,800 mark. But it's really about 3,530 is what we're 3,528, I think, is the number that you'll see in here after the MELT assumption.
Got it. And then, so in the box in this particular slide, I guess I just want to, you'll probably get to it in the next slide, but are you saying that the assumptions based on the new incoming class are already baked into these numbers?
They are.
You're just going to show us how that came about? Is that basically where you go next?
That's correct.
Okay, you're welcome for me setting you up for that.
And just one more clarification, I think we're very close here. And so you will also assume, you'll assume the new freshman number plus the melt, so whatever that new number is. And then you'll take that number and assume a certain non-retention rate for sophomores, and then you'll do that over an average over the years. So you'll lose X percentage sophomores, and of those sophomore years, so that projects out. So where we go out to 23 and 24, you're projecting you'll lose 2% of the juniors, you'll lose 7% of the sophomores, and then we've got the melt rate, and we'll lose whatever that 15% is. Okay, thank
Right.
you.
With the additional nuance of looking at that by in and out of state, those
Sure.
variables that are different. And then the other calculation that is incorporated is some growth modeling that we're looking at in our market share approach in enrollment, which is about 0.1% per year. So that's in the out years too.
And so you'll do that by categoricals, so a full priced writes the check person has a non-return rate of 10%. And then you have a financial aid, let's say a 50-50 financial aid, they have a non-return rate of Y%, and that's
Exactly.
all factored in.
It is,
As
right.
close as you can, I understand, I
Exactly.
understand they're all, thank you. Helpful.
And then one more question. So what are the numbers, or are you going to get to this, that dictates these numbers in terms of projections? We know what 22 is doing, basically, but is 23, 24, 25, is that basically our 3,800 number, or
Cover
is
that.
it higher
Yep.
or lower?
We're going to show you exactly that.
All right.
And to Trustee Borgamenti's question, we do use a 3-year averaging related to retention and persistence, and apply that same to all the future classes, and then adjust that by any trends that our enrollment management or institutional research office is seeing that might change that 3-year average prospectively. And here are, I think, the slides that you're all asking about. So I'll start and give an introduction and then turn it over to our Vice President. These are the slides that you have traditionally been seeing that really break our enrollments into the various categories of enrollments. We talk tremendously about our traditional residential Athens students, which is that top left quadrant. The other, obviously, all categories of enrollments drive our budget. And so you see our undergraduate online programs, our regional campuses, and then our graduate professional programs. I've changed this slide and taken off kind of all the prior information, because I think everybody now understands we're not working with that old $65 million strategy, which was really a very aggressive growth strategy. Plus, we know that so much has happened in the last year and a half that we are really comparing what you see here now in the solid bars and then the lighter bars, which are the assumptions for the future. And the line, the purple line, is what you saw at the last meeting, which was really our assumptions that we were using prior to the update that we received from SEEK a few weeks ago. So to your question, how have the numbers changed? That's really that purple bar was our prior assumptions, and the solid bar are actuals and our current assumptions. So you can see in most categories, to your questions, we are projecting additional students into the future. Now, these slides are cumulative, and you're going to see on a future slide actually what the incoming freshman class size is, which we also talk a lot, but these are total students or FTEs. The other thing in that top left quadrant, we had a request from the board to try to understand how many of our students are in-state versus out-of-state. That has a significant impact, obviously, on revenue modeling because of the differential in tuition. And so you can see the light blue are our out-of-state projections, currently and future. And the dark blue are our in-state, related to the traditional residential students on Athens.
The thing that I would add here on this slide is that for each of the quadrants, the cycle is a little bit different. And so you're seeing, for example, in the upper right, the Ohio Online undergraduate forecast compared to actuals. And that forecast, it follows a slightly different cycle from the fall freshman, which has that May 1 milestone and allows us to go in with the fall freshman and recalculate in June or so to establish where we are. The fall cohort for the online folks, they just do things a little bit later. And as I mentioned yesterday, we're tracking ahead about 28% in applications right now for that cohort. So we'll see how much of that bears out. We know that our adult student learners have really busy lives, and we may see more volatility in that cycle than we may ordinarily. But once we get a little closer to actuals, we'll be able to go back into that forecast as well and work with each of the colleges who offer those online degree programs to understand whether we can upgrade their forecast too.
So I'll give a preview and turn it back over again. This is the slide. This is a new slide. Again, several board members requested to see some information that was related to the incoming class and then the total class, and what are the assumptions that are driving that. So you see here for the assumptions, both the actuals historically and then to Chair Kashani's question, what are we projecting for future years for both residents and non-residents, and then transfer students, which is the other item that is material in our enrollments for the total incoming cohort. We're also showing the assumptions that we have historically used related to tuition increases, and then also the total head count at the bottom, because obviously, you know, to the conversation about MELT as well as retention persistence and how that changes the number as those classes work their way through the system, those are all applied to those freshman incoming cohorts as they work their way through.
So I've got a few slides just walking through each of the assumptions that we're making as we are supporting these forecasts. But while we're looking at the numbers, what I would want to point out is you'll see that the Ohio resident line, the freshman resident on the Athens campus, still looks fairly conservative, and in fact it goes down. That is despite an assumption within the model that we are gaining market share. And this can be confusing for our university community, because what we're looking at there are projected high school graduation rates, and there are some projected declines in the state of Ohio, and any number of things could change that would impact that trend, as we saw with the last set of graduation rate projections. These come out of the Western Interstate Commission on Higher Education, otherwise known as WICHE. They publish forecasts every 4 years. And what we like about their forecasts is that they incorporate both migration and immigration patterns into the projected graduation rates, in addition to birth rates that you might see out of CDC type projections. And so we look at that, and what we understand over time is historical college going in the state of Ohio, from the pool of students who are going to college in the state of Ohio, how many of them are going to college or university, and then specifically university. And then we take that projected rate of change that is at the aggregate level and apply that to the future years to understand what is the market predicted to be, notwithstanding initiatives that would increase the number of students going to college in Ohio. And the state has many of those in place, as does the K-12 sector. So we're not quite sure how those will shake out. So the best we can do at this time is look at that historical pattern and then apply that rate of change to it, and then add to that what we want to do relative to changing our share of market. That assumption is at this time a conservative growth pattern of 0.1% over time. That is likely to change as we increase our market position through the work that we're doing with university communications and marketing, with our alumni, certainly as we get out of the pandemic and are able to get back into our more normal operations and tell the stories about those more normal operations. But that's why you're seeing a decrease from 2942 projected in the fall freshman for fiscal year 22 or fall 21 entering class into the next year. Out of state, we are assuming that we will continue to maximize the progress that we've seen in our regional recruitment model and our other strategies to increase non-resident growth there. I mentioned to you yesterday that those deployed in-market regional recruitment representatives have been phenomenally successful for us. They work closely with our alumni and with our other university networks who are in their communities to really establish a name for Ohio University and provide that high-touch recruitment within the regions. And we will continue to expand that program as we can and maximize those enrollments. And then the transfer number that you see is a little bit conservative because of the challenges that we're seeing in our community colleges, but we have been as high as 500 or 600 transfer students in the incoming cohort, and we think that there's room to bring some of the new technologies and skills and marketing advances that we've seen over the last couple of cycles into that transfer cohort as well to see that growth that's depicted on the slide.
Candace, excuse me, a question, and maybe I just didn't catch it, but what are your assumptions in market share growth? 0.1 per what?
0.1% of the group of high school students in Ohio who will go to university,
Okay.
which is a subset of those who participate in higher ed overall.
So that brings us to what market share now in Ohio and what in the
Oh,
future?
goodness. Yes, thank you. Oh, I don't actually have that number off the top of my head, and we've changed it a few different times. It's taking
Roughly.
us back to, do you have it? Oh, sorry. It's taking us upwards of 9%.
Okay,
7.9 to 9.1.
7.9 to 9.1, John said.
okay, good, John, thanks. But as I understand it in the past, what was our highest market share?
10.8
Yeah,
Sorry?
10.8.
Okay,
in 2016.
okay, great. And just a little day brightener. Scott and I got in the elevator today and met one of the Bobcat orientation students coming
Yeah.
from New York.
Hey,
It's good to see.
absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if you're going to address this during your presentation, but can you maybe give us a brief history and then also what has changed over the last 3 years in terms of the accuracy and, the detail that's going into forecasting now? As in the past, we've been pretty optimistic and, it's kind of gotten us into trouble. And so I'm curious to know, what do we do to fix that?
There are a few different things that have changed, and I'll start with the thing that hasn't changed for the fall freshman cohort, which is that our destiny is dependent on the decisions of 17 and 18-year-olds and their parents. So that's always going to be sort of in the backs of our minds. But one of the things that's changed is that we are using data at the micro level and also at the aggregate level, big data, machine learning, and a variety of systems that allow us to understand historical trends and not just the results, but also the nuanced behaviors across a pool that allow us to really understand the impact of particular influences on decisions at each stage of the funnel. That's true on the recruitment side of things, where we understand whether, for example, participating in an online webinar or a campus visit experience, it comes with some predictive value for later stage decisions. And we have the sophistication now in our modeling to be able to incorporate those predictive variables into larger assumptions that we're making at this aggregate level, and then also, for example, by state or by county or by geomarket or by gender or by race and ethnicity, whatever it might be, we're looking at the data in that level of detail. That's true also in our financial aid modeling, where we're able to understand the impact, as we saw yesterday, on enrollment behaviors for continuing students with unmet need. We can model that now in our prospective and admitted student pools as well. Those capabilities take time to build up, and it also takes quite a bit of coordination between and among our teams to make the decisions, to your point, about which assumption we might make. There are ranges. Any predictive model is going to come out with some level of variability. And that's where looking at the expertise and experience of the people who are doing the work, some level of vibe, for example, at a visit program or a Bobcat student orientation, those with experience are able to apply the combination of art and science together to try to drive those assumptions. But going back to my first point, there is, that decision that families are making. And one of the things that has also changed in that period of time is that we have stiffer and more aggressive competition that is trying just as hard as we are to innovate and be competitive and be forward in the market. One of the statistics that I saw this week is that the March Common Application data, the Common Application is a common application experience that many, many hundreds of colleges and universities use. In their March data for the fall 21 cycle, the number of applicants was up about 2% nationally. The number of applications submitted was up 11%. So when we think about what that means for us, it means that students are applying to even more colleges and universities. And that was true, especially this year when they didn't have to submit tests. So they were casting a wider net, shooting for the stars. And then at the end of this process, we'll have more choices. And at later stages of the funnel, we're competing with a higher number of colleges and universities than we were previously. And that's a dimension that we're not quite able to model with the same level of sophistication that I mentioned yet.
Can I just add one thing at the macro level too that I think is really important, is that maybe a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, the Strategic Enrollment Executive Committee made the deliberate choice to move from a stance of how many more students can we get next year as an underlying assumption, to really looking at the sophisticated market-based approach, which is what is our market share, what is the market, how does that align with our market position, and where can we move it? And when you do that, that changes the trajectory of those assumptions as a deliberate stance to make those more reliable going forward. And that to me has been a sea change with all of those analytics underneath it to allow us to do that. And that's why last fall, you saw the projections be lower than when we came in, because that was kind of our first stab at that approach. We've learned from that cycle, and now we have these projections for the years going forward. And to me, that was a dramatic change.
So you're following the science.
Always.
Following the science, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
And then what do you do on the day that you give Deb the number? Do you guys go out and celebrate?
If it's positive, yes.
Yeah, well.
This year.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. So all this modeling and analytics, it sounds like we're on it and we're following the science. I like that. Would you characterize where we are now as we've caught up to the competition now and how we're looking at things? I mean, because we were behind, or are we now ahead of the competition with how we're doing things?
We have a ways to go still. As I mentioned, all of our peers, even the ones who are seeing extraordinary success year after year after year, are still hungry. And we also are taking that posture. So I wouldn't characterize us as having caught up to the extent that I would say we are complacent. I think we are learning lessons every single day, and with every single tactic that is deployed, and with every relationship that we build with students and families. But from a marketing perspective, we've got a big wide country and a big wide world that we're just scratching the surface of in our new tactics and strategies there. And lots of really good stories like the one you heard about yesterday with the Ohio Guarantee Plus graduation plan that hasn't quite made its way all the way through our communications. So
Sure.
we've got that work to do.
And it's obvious when looking at the planning assumptions going through FY '26, you know, there's modest growth from the in-state, but we're betting a lot on more growth from from out-of-state residents.
We are seeing good success in those markets. Now, that does assume a strategy to continue
Sure.
what we're doing right now and to continue to be innovative in that space. We can't just do what other institutions do and deploy these recruiters. One of our national institution has 80 regional recruiters.
Yeah,
around
I
the
just,
country.
I think the important point here is it appears as though we've made the right changes, but it's not like we're just getting to a point where, okay, it works. It's
Right.
a constant grind, and having that mentality is the right
Yes.
mentality.
I hope so, yeah. I mean, I think every year or for e-learning every 5 weeks with our
Sure.
BSN program, it's a different cycle and a different set of assumptions going in. And I would say what is exciting about this work is that the people also are different and we're able to learn from these cohorts as they cycle through and figure out how to serve them better. I think we're doing a good job with that, but we've always got a long ways to go.
I think we also understand better in retrospect why it was going so well in the past, right? And that's made us, in my case, understanding that makes me a little more humble about how we were just kind of riding a wave without analyzing as well as we would do today, I think, exactly what that wave was and predicting what it would do.
I think that's a good observation, and I would say that's also true for this class. One of the reasons we feel confident with the projections is that going into the pandemic, we were actually on a rebound at that time. And then, of course, the pandemic presented challenges that none of us could have expected. But that felt like momentum that was interrupted, and this feels like the continuation of momentum, and we see the signs of that in the underlying data. But we have some wins and misses even within this class, and we'll be studying those throughout the summer and going into the 22 and 23 recruitment cycles to make those adjustments as we go along.
I think you're all making us confident about the analytics of everything. They just seem a lot more solid than they might have in the past, and that's big news.
We had
Thanks.
some great new investments in tools and in skill sets and just focus and attention on having discipline to look at the data that's been really supportive.
I guess I've got one more question on the community colleges in 2 years moving into the 4-year space. Is there I mean, it seems to me from an outsider's viewpoint that we started with articulation and transfer, and that's a good thing, and what's good for Ohioans and good for the students, and then that has kind of gone into, well, we do a good job of 2 years, and then we move them on to the 4 years, and now it seems, I'm always reading in the paper somewhere that someone's starting a new 4-year program. Is that increasing? Is it just because it catches my, I'm a Knicks fan, so the Knicks box score catches my attention. I don't know that they're any better or worse because it catches my attention. Are you seeing more and more of that? Is that something we're seeing nationally? And then is COVID playing into the aggressiveness with which those institutions would like to expand their 4-year options? Is that?
I think the biggest
Too
trend
early.
that we're seeing in community college enrollment is actually coming from the K-12 sector through the College Credit Plus program. The community colleges rose to the challenge of the College Credit Plus program across the state in a way that some 4-year institutions either weren't able to or just chose not to. And what that has created is a relationship for the state's high school students with a higher ed institution, in some cases as early as the 7th grade. And so, of course, as the students are looking for colleges, they've got a great relationship established. They have an advisor. They may have had some good instructional experiences, even if it was within their high school building. And then that means that they need less time as a degree-seeking student in that community college upon graduation. That's really, when you look at our growth numbers here on the transfer side of things, when we're looking at community college students, we're really interested in the adult students coming into our online programs, we know that those will fit them really well. But for the more traditionally aged students, we expect that we're going to get, 18 and a half or 19-year-old transfer students who are completed or nearly completed with their associate's degree from having started that credential in high school.
Chair Kashani, I have a question even though I don't have a green flag.
Former Chair Coleman, you are always welcome to comment.
Thank you, thank you. So, Candace, how are you thinking about the regional campuses as it relates to market share and our overall strategy moving forward? I mean, I know we've done a lot of great work and made progress around One Ohio and efficiencies there, but the reality is, based on what we're seeing today, that those enrollment numbers are going to continue to trend down and trend down significantly. So how does that play into your overall strategy around essentially where we're going to place our blue chips and lean into those areas where we know we can get growth?
That's a really good question, and it's a good opportunity for me to point out that this slide, for example, in the lower left corner, represents an analysis, but not necessarily a plan. Mm-hmm. And we wouldn't incorporate into the budget forecast any growth unless we could pin it to a strategy. So Executive Dean Nicole Pennington and I have been meeting quite regularly over the last year and a half or so, and looking at ways to bring that One Ohio element into the recruitment and enrollment phase. It's really one of the last frontiers for the regional campuses as they have coordinated those services, whether it's facilities or IT or HR. They've really brought together quite a bit of coordination. And we have not completely crossed that bridge yet with the regional campuses. We did, in the last cycle, consolidate admission and transfer credit processing for all 6 of our campuses into a single operations center. And that has allowed us to learn some new information about what it means to serve regional campus students, many of whom are actually College Credit Plus students too. So that's a dimension that is more prevalent on the regional campuses and less so on Athens, and a good example of where Athens needed to learn from the regional campuses how to serve those communities really well. What we are looking at and have not yet sketched out completely is bringing the level of sophistication that I just mentioned that we're seeing with the data and the modeling and the analytics and the funnel management, the pipeline management, and then ultimately that high-touch recruitment through to the regional campuses as well. Now, that's not to say they don't have high-touch recruitment now. In fact, I would say some of the folks who do recruitment on the regional campuses have tighter and more long-standing and real relationships with their high schools and their school counselors than some of our recruitment staff who may only serve 2 or 3 years in that advisor position could ever have. But we're really looking at how do we marry sort of the more strategic and sophisticated analytic approach that we're able to take with the Athens campus cohort with that very relational, intimate relationship-based management that they've had on the regional campuses. So more to come on that. Okay. We're looking at their numbers very carefully, and from a market share approach, there is a way to use some of the same modeling that we're doing on the Athens campus. To some extent, the data is a little bit fuzzier because of the non-traditional students on the regional campus communities, and that's where there aren't as many good data sources to understand what the actual market will be. But I think between what Robin Oliver is doing in communications and marketing, what Nicole and I are working on together for recruitment and enrollment, we should see some new plans come forward that would try to revitalize those pipelines.
Thank you.
And I want to just tie the community college question to the regional campus question, because as the environment becomes more permissive for community colleges to offer 4-year degrees, that is another competitor for us. We have a really good story to tell about our regional campuses. It is the same open access policy. The outcomes are dramatically higher. It is better for the state for our students to get credentials. And we can show that if we have open access regional campuses, we move them through to associate's degrees and to bachelor's degrees at higher levels than other opportunities. So why does it make sense to duplicate those opportunities, especially in the same communities? So I think there is more to come on that, especially as the environment becomes more permissive.
So I did include in your deck, just for the sake of posterity, some of the assumptions that are underlying these numbers. And the first is around retention. We are at this time modeling retention a little bit more conservatively, choosing a lower number in these models based on some of the enrollment behaviors that we're seeing right now. We have had COVID delays throughout the year. We talked about that yesterday. And our continuing students are exhibiting some level of COVID delay that looks a little bit atypical. So for now, we've got a lower retention than we would ordinarily model. And we will potentially adjust that before we would bring the budget forward in August, when we'll have clearer data on those actual enrollment behaviors. We've talked quite a bit about MELT, just to remind you, in an average year, that's 3 or 4% from the end of cycle, sort of high watermark of deposits. In fall 20, that number was 11%. And we did need to make some decisions about what MELT we would project for this single picture that we're presenting now. We've chosen 4.4% based on some of the analysis that I've described. And we do expect that that would be a number that we'll need to move around a little bit as the class firms up over the summer. The other thing I want to say is that we are presenting out-year numbers, and the durability of those assumptions wanes over time. That is a reasonable approach, I think, and one that we need to remind ourselves of, because we do need to make multi-year budget forecasts. But when we think about what has changed in the last few years, we can expect that as much or more will change in the next few years. And so this is not a process that we do once or twice a year. We actually meet every 2 weeks or so to look at all of these assumptions and iterate them over time for both the current cycle and those future cycles. We're assuming that the pandemic gets better. Hopefully it will continue to do that. I just wanted to put that out there. The assumptions on the net revenue do include the proposed tuition and fee rates that you'll see later as part of that resolution. We are assuming that the scholarship investments we've made will continue. They drive both enrollment and revenue. And we have learned quite a bit in this last cycle with our new modeling tools about what might work, what should work, and we are committed to continuing to rebalance that to drive even more revenue. But what we'll see when we're looking at the scholarships is that the plan we put in place in the fall was really headcount forward. We were looking to drive enrollment into the class and willing to accept, if necessary, a little bit of a loss of that net tuition revenue overall for the long-term enrollment life cycle revenue that we would see from those students. And in fact, what has happened instead is that we seem to have over exceeded that particular projection and are driving a little over $3 million of incremental revenue that plan did not predict. And so one of the analyses that we're doing is, what was that, right? What pockets of the pool did that additional revenue come from? And how can we repeat those strategies to continue to drive enrollment and additional revenue? One of the answers, as we know, is the success that we're seeing in that non-resident cohort, which was predicted to be discounted a little bit higher than we're actually seeing, and that's something that we want to continue, of course. And then we understand that in order to see the successes that we've depicted here, we're going to need to continue to invest, of course, in marketing and recruitment to support the elevation of Ohio University's reputation and brand. That's a necessary condition for us to move forward. And then if we'll go to the next slide. This just gets to the question about confidence. I think one of the first questions that President Sherman asked me was whether I was 100% sure that these extra students were going to be seated in the fall. And across teams, I had to look them in the eye and say, well, no, I'm obviously not 100% sure, but I'm really excited that we're in the right direction. There will be a COVID impact on this class. It would be folly for us to assume that just because masks and distancing are gone, that families' personal economies or their personal financial or family situations that may involve childcare or whatever those things have been over the last year would just instantly fall away. And that's an assumption that we haven't been able to quite quantify. We'll get that a little closer as we get into the fall. We're going to continue to look at the scholarships, as I mentioned. And then for Ohio Online, you saw that that was declining. There are several assumptions going into that and several strategies under evaluation right now to reverse that trend. For those of you who are newer, what you're seeing in those peak years with Ohio Online, that was largely driven by the success of our RN to BSN program. We were one of the first in the space to offer that program that hospitals desperately needed to get their nurses credentialed with a BSN. And I wouldn't say that we've completely saturated the Ohio market, but we did a great job educating Ohio's nurses. And so that market was a one-time opportunity. But every state across the nation is working on this, and we're now in, I think, 28, 29 states with our RN to BSN program and continuing to deploy different strategies to support its continued growth. Meanwhile, our other colleges have advanced online degree programs as well. They started with degree completion programs that would be a good 2+2 fit, and now we have a couple of four-year online programs that would allow a student at any phase of some college and no degree to hop in to our program, and that's really where we've seen growth in the last couple of years. And hopefully you'll have some updates from me in the near future about some really exciting strategies that we're looking at there to try to drive those degree programs. There are also some additional online degree programs in the curriculum hopper, but we have not built those enrollment assumptions into the model that you're seeing yet until we know exactly when they will launch and what the size of the market will be at that time.
I'll jump in, but I'd like to respond to some of the statements and questions that you all had and tell you that my confidence as your CFO in the numbers that you're seeing is so much higher than it was even 2 years ago. So to the questions about, how much confidence do we have in the future year projections, I would say that the process and the science and the data that's being used to actually drive those future year projections is dramatically different. And I see that every day through the work that Candace is doing with her leadership team and the SEEK subcommittee. We have gone from very, what I would say, aggressive to more conservative. I like to say realistic. I push not to be uber conservative because then we have to make decisions that are impactful on the institution if they're too low. But I feel like we've moved to a more realistic as best we can. It will continue to change, and I would be remiss to say that these are the numbers that you will continue to see, because as you've heard, there are so many strategies that are underway. What is promising to me is that, to your question, Trustee Viehweger, there's analysis as to the outcomes and the whys behind we're getting those outcomes that then drives the predictions for the future. So I think that's all. It gives me a better feeling. It should give you a better feeling about the information that you're receiving in these future year projections. So kudos to the SEEK Enrollment Committee and the team.
I just want to thank Candace because you jumped right in, and I just appreciate the clarity and the transparency. It definitely feels like there has been a shift in the mindset and the strategy, and so I just want to thank you and your team because I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would also mention that the subcommittee that we keep talking about so much does spend a lot of time with me, and that includes John Day, John McCarthy, who's the interim dean of the College of Health Sciences and Professions, Robin Oliver, and goodness gracious, tell me who the other one is. Brad Cohen, sorry. Every time I try to name them off the cuff, I forget one of them. But we spend a lot of time arguing. And they come back to the meeting that I call each time, and so I really appreciate that. And then the broader SEEK group, we bring our recommendations to the broader SEEK group, and that includes a large cohort of folks who also ask us challenging questions, and we try to negotiate these things together to move us forward as clearly as possible.
So all of the information that you just heard and the projections and the science and analysis behind it, actually bringing it back to what's the financial impact of those numbers. Again, this is a chart that you're familiar with as you look at what do all of those, not only the enrollment assumptions, but the retention, the persistence assumptions, as well as the financial aid that we have to put together to actually yield that class. This is the projections, both the actuals back to FY17 and the projections through FY26 that correlate with those enrollment assumptions. You'll see that these numbers, again, we didn't add the bar. They have improved from what you have seen in past, but it does continue to highlight, going back to our earlier discussion, why we need to be focused on the future. So this was a very positive year that, because I will say of the COVID impact, we are going to end with a significant surplus. But as we look to the future, we still need to make adjustments in our operating model to respect the fact that our net tuitions are not projected to return to those FY17 highs. The orange bar is actually what the net tuition, the dollars that are tuitions that we collect, less the financial aid that we award, those dollars that are available to meet our operating requirements to educate those students. And so as you look, the blue bars on the top is the financial aid that is required to remain competitive to yield those classes. And then in the chart below are just the underlying assumptions, many of which we've already talked about on the prior charts.
I have a question. In the past, from time to time, maybe every year, but would receive a budget book about a ½ inch thick. Will one of those be coming?
It will. We usually, every chart in that book, which is Ms. Hensel's team that actually puts most of that together, changes every time we make an assumption change, and we're still driving that. So when the board gets what I will say a final budget to approve, it will have that complementary budget book with all the corresponding tables and analytics associated.
Okay, thanks.
On slide 11, again, hopefully you're familiar with this presentation, but this is really looking at not just, we spend so much time talking about Athens traditional undergraduate tuitions. This is where you're seeing phased into that, what are all of our revenues that are associated with tuition and fees, both historically and for the future. And again, we've highlighted what we call the COVID years because they are anomalous. You really can't consider what's happened in those years as compared to the future. There, for example, you'll see, though, the dramatic impact in that top light blue bar that the COVID years really had on our auxiliaries. So that is the area of the institution that had the most significant impact because they had significantly less revenues because of our operating model during those years.
So, Deb, simplistic question, I probably should know, but what is the net COVID relief number we got from all of the government outlay? Do we know yet?
Well, I'll take you back to this chart because it will be, so you see the projected $15 million for 22 that's incorporated in this. Right. So if you took that off of the 53, you're at around a $38 million net impact from, again, I want to caveat, that's from the precise impacts of COVID. If you factor in the fact that we had a $75 million savings in our operating budget,
Right.
not all COVID related, some of that is definitely related to institutional initiatives to manage cost.
Yeah.
The year ends with a surplus.
Okay, I get that, but I'm just going for that, I should talk about 58 as a net gift, relief, whatever you want to use the word for, from the government.
79 million is
Plus
the,
the 15,
is
yeah.
the amount that we've received in aid.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Just out of curiosity, that it says up there it excludes the direct subsidies for student aid. How much was that number?
Thank you for making that comment.
Yeah.
That's a very important point because each of these, the HERF awards, or the stimulus packages, actually awarded to institutions dollars for the university or the institution to use, and dollars that were to be passed through immediately to students. And I don't know if you know the cumulative number.
I'm sorry that I don't off the top of my head. I
It
wanna
was a
say
pretty
it's
big percentage.
50?
Yeah,
How much?
I was gonna guess 40. Katie's saying 45 million.
Okay.
So it's significant, and those dollars actually go through Candace's shop through financial aid, but they are not financial aid dollars. They are not permitted to be used to fund financial aid. They are direct flow through to students, primarily with financial need.
Yeah, they have to demonstrate what's known as exceptional need. So for most students, that's demonstrated through the free application for financial aid that the federal government runs. Although this latest round does allow us to understand financial need and extenuating circumstances through other means too. Excuse me, so that the student funds actually can be distributed over the next couple of cycles. And the team is working on, excuse me, a plan to allocate those. They cannot be attached to a requirement for future enrollment, which makes them difficult to use as true financial aid.
So all in roughly, there was $125 million.
For
one-time
us
money
or our
from-
students.
Yeah, for including us and the students.
And one
That's-
of the most recent HERF allowances was that we could invite students to use their HERF money or their CARES money to apply directly to their bill. So we've built in that operationally to the application. Not every student is taking us up on that. They may also need that funding to pay their lease or whatever it might be. But we are going to continue to support them to be able to do that if they can.
Thank you.
Chair, just a question. The COVID numbers, right, they are what they are, and it's hard to figure out if that's your new base or your new bottom. But I make this as a statement. From 17 to 26, we're projecting, kind of flat student enrollment, but an increase of 30% in discount rate. And on the tuition side, the only area that's growing because of the discount rate is room and board. Room and board appears to be the only area on that second, I don't know what chart it is. I think it's the chart after this one. Am I just reading that right?
I think he's looking at this. No? What slide are you on?
12,
Okay.
11.
It was the orange-blue one, and then the one right after that.
It's, slide 9, slide 10.
9 and 10. Yeah, so on 10, I'll start there. The assumptions related to increases in our tuition and fees are, right now, you'll see that the non-guarantee growth and the guarantee growth, on this slide is being applied to tuitions, is an assumed 2% for years beyond this year. It is in the materials, and we will get to a resolution that asks the board for an approval of a 1.8. That's driven right now by kind of a lack of knowledge or crystal ball about what the state's going to permit. as a reminder, the state, universities in the state of Ohio can increase tuition that for universities that have a guarantee, which all of the universities at this point do, that is the amount of a 3-year average of CPI, plus whatever is in the biennial budget book or the biennial budget bill as the ceiling on tuition. In the current version of the budget that's going through the state right now, that is a 2%. So the max that could be for the next 2 years is 3.8. Right now, is you will see today and you see here, we're requesting a 1.8 for FY22, assuming that it comes out of conference with all of that permissive. And then for future years, we have used a relatively conservative assumption that, again, going back to assuming the CPI still averages a 1.8, and we all know that CPI has actually for the last year been at a very high level, so it will likely go up. And not really building in anything related to an assumed state permissive increase on the ceiling.
Okay, understood. That helpful. That's thanks.
What I didn't point out, because we do talk a lot about what our changes are in net revenues and the challenges there, I would be remiss if I didn't also indicate that we do have areas of the university that continue to grow. And as you look at this slide, the College of Medicine, as you look from 17 to the 26 forecast, obviously net revenues are going up rather dramatically. If you recall, we added multiple campuses. Their enrollments are incredibly strong. So that's a growth area or a strength area. And even within some of the other areas that appear to be changing, remember, as we think about e-learning programs, we are still growing and experiencing growth. It's just that what I will call our flagship e-learning program that was so high in those 2017 numbers that are into BSN, we had always predicted that over time that would be declining. So you have that transition in that program that's offset by the other growth. So we are growing across our revenue categories.
The other area I would add is the graduate and professional programs. We continue to see growth, especially in the online and hybrid versions of those programs. And that's a trend that is not just here at the university, but at many of our peer institutions too.
Thank you. Again, as we think about our what is driving our 22 budget, specifically as we're putting that together and looking at future years, as a reminder, right now we have a 0% raise pool in those budgets. We did ask that the university portion of our healthcare costs be managed to a 3% escalation versus the 5%. We have a benefits advisory committee that is a shared governance committee that looks at our plan design and their charge is to manage the costs of the healthcare costs within this parameter, and then to recommend plan design changes that allow us to do that. And they have done that. So not only are we including that assumption, but the assumptions have already been put into place to realize those, or the changes have already been in place to realize those changes. You see that, and we're highlighting, remember, when we think about expense changes, it's important to note that when we looked at our forecast, we still had that university furlough in, so you're going to see our expenses jump back up, but that's just the end of that furlough program. And again, when I come to you with year-end results, you will see that those dollars were actually put back in because we are refunding. So that's a change you'll see between now and your year end. Again, you'll see the non-compensation expense savings. This is to the earlier question. Do you expect to maintain some level of those COVID operational changes into the future as permanent changes in your base? Excuse me. And you can see here that we have included that. So this is just to highlight some of the high-level things that you're seeing in the 22 budget as it's being put together. This is as a reminder for those that were part of the last board meeting. We created an interactive tool, Katie and her team, that allowed us to the earlier question. Trustee Borgomecki had a question about, well, how do you pick an enrollment scenario or an enrollment number, especially when our SEEK is looking at a number of scenarios or a range of outcomes. How do you decide one? So we do together decide what numbers to use, both for the current and future year projections. But with this tool, we're able to actually put in the what ifs in a variety of combinations. What if our raise pool looked different? What if we made different changes in administrative spending? What if we changed the tuition increase or the state support changed? And we can see with those assumptions, we can change a number of those assumptions and in real time see how that changes our bottom line. We're happy to jump into the tool if you have any questions, but we wanted to make sure you were aware this is really, again, a transition in the way we're doing budgets to make sure that we have the opportunity to provide to analyze a variety of scenarios and the interactive impacts of those assumptions on each other as we're making decisions. And that also, to your question, helps us analyze the range of assumptions that are coming out of SEEK and what that might look like on our operating budget. I think we're good not going into it. Okay. Which brings us back to the slide that we started with, based on all of the information we just talked about, where we currently are in our planning cycle for 22 through 26. This is not necessarily the budget we expect to bring to you to approve because we are continuing to go through exercises and planning to understand how can we continue to manage our administrative costs. What other strategies are we implementing across campus that will yield either expense efficiencies or incremental revenues? The other, as we talked about the way we've looked at our enrollment assumptions, and I'll say the analytics we're using to make predictive assumptions for the future. We've also changed the way in which we're modeling, for example, new program growth. So we don't put new program growth in until there is an expectation and a market analysis that we're going to be able to realize it and we understand what the incremental costs are. So there's been a lot of shifts. As we get that analysis or that comfort that we will realize the reality of revenues from those programs, we then are building those in. And those are the types of things that will continue to be iterative before we bring the board a final budget to approve. Obviously, the other piece of that is getting clarity and having the state finalize their biennial budget, which obviously then impacts the university's budget as far as state support and tuition and fee increases. On this slide, because we're going to move into later after this, ultimately one of the objectives today is definitely to approve tuition and fee increases for the next year, assuming the outcome of the state biennial budget process. Chair Kashani had asked us, as we look at that 1.8% recommendation that's coming forth, help me understand what were you permitted to do, assuming the current state language is passed, and compared with, remember last year we did a 0. So we're the only only university in the state of Ohio that actually took 0. Last year, almost every other university took the maximum that they were permitted under the state language, which was about 3.8%. And so the very bottom under that red box, you see that analysis that answers that question. What we've assumed in the figures you have is that 1.8% that we're asking you to approve today. But then as requested, we're showing, well, if we took 0, And again, always focused on student affordability to the extent that we can manage our cost of attendance and still meet our obligations. What would that look like? And if we took the max that we are permitted, according to the current language, what would that look like? And so that's just helping you have that understanding of what's the impact of that on a multi-year and compounded basis in either direction.
Quick question. In all the analytics that we're doing in terms of enrollment, is included in those analytics are tuition increases considered and how it affects the numbers?
That's a great question. So one of the things you'll see in that 3.8 rate increase line is underlying it some assumptions that some of the growth that we're predicting falls away. And that's related to how we currently sit with our price position competitively, both in and out of state for some of our premier programs that draw students in. So yes, to the extent that we can, again, with the caveat that in the out years, those assumptions wane in our confidence just a little bit.
Thank you.
That's a great question. So we don't just apply it to the existing base of enrollments. We do, going back to there's pretty sophisticated analysis of scenarios that are coming out of that SEEK committee. We then apply the scenarios, the assumptions from that scenario related, and it does change the enrollments. It changes a variety of numbers, which are all pushed through to get to that net number.
So I know we have a long way to dig out of the hole, but I do want to make sure that I voice concern and support of us figuring out how to give a raise in the near future. And so I don't know if you all are modeling those things right now, but from a talent retention perspective, I think we're probably in our third year of 0 raises, and I just offer that I think that's something that should be high on our list of figuring out how to support our staff, our faculty, all those who make this place go, and figure out how to do something for them.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that comment. And I will say that President Sherman, in his first official week, has already had multiple conversations. Our human resource officer has been very concerned about the same, both about recruitment and retention and rewarding the staff that have helped. And that's something that we are very much actively discussing and also agree that it's just not feasible to continue with the assumptions that we've included. Thank you. Finally, really good news. Not only are we expecting to end the year with an operating surplus related, or a surplus from operations, but I'm sure everybody is aware of what has happened in the market in the last year. So remember, with the onset of the pandemic, the markets fell dramatically. There was significant unrealized losses. So the good thing about paper loss is that they aren't necessarily realized. And the FY21 has been an exactly opposite year, very favorable. You'll see here we have actually budget to forecast, which is a variance of, you'll see $130 million, but our actual unrealized gains will probably be in the area of 150 to 170 million for the year when you think about year over year. So again, it's important. That's fantastic. It strengthens the university's balance sheet. I have tried to put those into the buckets to remind us that although that's very strong financial position for the university from a balance sheet perspective, many of those unrealized gains are not spendable if we would choose to realize them and liquidate and spend them, because they are in pools of funds for which we're restricted from spending. Nonetheless, It is a fantastic position for the university. And again, as we entered this pandemic, we entered from a period of balance sheet strength that most of our peers did not enjoy. So as far as our working capital, it also means that our working capital balances, especially those that are co-invested in that long-term asset pool, are also realizing those or are experiencing those unrealized gains. It also means that as we project our cash flows into the future, and again, I'll remind you, it's really those top kind of blue, and even that one that looks white is actually light blue. Those are the reserves that we have institutionally that legally we can spend. Going back to, we have a lot of those other assets that I just showed you on the prior slide that we can't legally spend unless we are financially insolvent. That you'll see that if you recall from prior versions, partially driven because of market returns, but partially driven because we've been consistently making improvements in our operating projections. You'll see that those reserves remain adequate and strong throughout this budget projection, which in this slide goes through 2024 because our modeling is actually a monthly modeling, and that's as far as it goes. So again, very good news. And with that, Mr. Chair, I come back to the resolution, which is, again, because this is the last board meeting before we start the new fiscal year, and because we are not yet ready to bring the board a final budget, we are asking for approval for a continuing resolution to continue to operate.
Is there a motion for sending this resolution to the full board with recommendation for approval?
So moved, Borgamankey.
Is there a second?
Second, Evans?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
Thank you. Our next topic, which is related to the prior, and we've had some discussion on it already, is, again, we need to approve tentative tuition and rate increases for the next year, specifically for the purposes of being able to assess student billing, which will need to be done prior to the next board meeting. Obviously, we are in a very difficult position because of this is a biennial budget year, and we have to wait till the budget is approved and comes out of conference. So everything that you will see is contingent upon whatever recommendations we have aligning with what the state approves.
So I'll talk just briefly about the recommendation for the Athens campus tuition and fees increase. Based on our analysis of our market position and our price position, our revenue needs, and our financial position, as Senior Vice President Schaefer has just illustrated, the recommendation is to constrain the rate increase to 1.8%. This recommendation comes from the Seek Enrollment Growth Group, the same group that has presented the forecast on the enrollment side. And in those conversations, we modeled everything from 0 to 3.8%, trying to understand the comprehensive impact not only on the institution's bottom line with those dollar assumptions, but also what the impact of those decisions may be on enrollment from a price position perspective. We feel confident that this particular recommendation does allow us to continue our support for students and our commitment to affordability and to access. At the same time, especially after coming off of a year with 0%, it does allow some revenue to account for what is expected to be inflationary expenses of instruction and other operations of the institution. We do also think that this constraining it as opposed to taking the full 3.8 will allow us to understand the market a little bit better and to support the career and experiential learning fee that is part of our total cost of attendance here at the institution. You'll recall that we were the first institution to implement the guarantee in 2015, and our rates are the most comprehensive still in the state. Our families enjoy predictability and transparency with the way that we calculate tuition, general fee, and the career and experiential learning fee together with other rates that they'll enjoy while they're here. And while we could potentially go up to that full 3.8%, we were concerned that there would be enrollment impacts on that, and it would also negatively impact our families in this most atypical year where we know that some of their personal financial situations put them in a more precarious position than is typical for what they would experience.
Just one other, and I know that a number of institutions are talking about it in this manner. It's important to remember that that 1.8 is locked for 4 years, and it represents a 4-year increase theoretically. And so when you think about breaking that down, and the math works very differently, obviously, because you have to consider compounding, but it is really a fourth of that is the impact on each of those years. More like a 0.4% increase per year. Obviously, again, I'm doing simple math and not the accurate math as Katie would do, but I think that's important to remember, and as we communicate about that increase, but also as we think about what it represents for the students that are incoming.
That is for the incoming cohort.
Right,
Correct.
it's only for the incoming cohort. Our students who entered last year and previous are still within the guarantees of their enrollment.
So all of those students will see a 0% because they were locked at the prior rates.
Yeah.
And again, with that, Mr. Chair, we are asking for approval.
Is there a motion for sending this resolution to the full board for approval?
I have a quick question first.
Yes.
I apologize. President Sherman, can you give your thoughts on this? Because I take this very seriously anytime we're raising tuition, and I'm curious to see. I know we have a lot of knives in the air we have to catch in terms of changing how we do things and processes, and I know Elizabeth's work with her committee. Just how this meshes in with everything that you're about to embark on. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, that's fine. I had the chance to weigh in on this in my first, over the 2 weeks with Dwayne. And I think it's a very important repositioning of our pricing strategy. So I think, as we have discussed, this is part of the package of how we improve the value proposition that we offer the students that we bring into the university. And pricing is one part of that. So I'm in favor of this.
Thank you.
I could add too that the 1.8% increase on the guarantee students is $114 a semester. Of that, $24 is going specifically to the Guarantee Plus funding, or about 21% of the increase goes specifically to the program Jen Murphy outlined yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'll ask again. Is there a motion for sending this resolution to the full board for approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
Thank you. John, I think I'm going to turn this to you.
So this is a sort of housekeeping item here. We have a number of rates that are applied to certain pockets of students that are reduced from our normal rates for specific purposes. The biggest one being the e-learning programs are at a $240 a credit hour rate compared to the regular tuition. We also have an exchange program, and we also created a reduced non-resident fee for graduate students who graduated from an Ohio university in the state of Ohio. Reduce that. So these are rates that currently exist today and were previously approved by the board, but I have to renew these every 2 years with the biennium because it requires approval from the chancellor to continue these waivers. So this is a resolution to reapprove. The board has to approve these first. Reapprove these rates so I can then take them to the chancellor to renew them at the state level as well.
Any questions? Is there a motion for sending this resolution to the full board with approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
And the last one here is we, at pretty much every board meeting, bring some rate changes for graduate programs, off-campus programs that are basically market-based. This one's a little different in that the Master of Science in Athletic Administration currently charges students for a pass-through fee for certifications and other materials on a course-by-course basis, and we're switching it to just simply overall program fee, which would be the same amount as the collecting of courses. It makes it simpler for the assessment for the bursar. So from a student perspective, this is no change in the total cost. It's just simply converting from a course-by-course fee to an overall simple program fee.
Any questions? Is there a motion for sending this resolution to the full board for approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
Thank you. And with that, I would invite Vice President Karagosian.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to give an update on fundraising and engagement, and as well to make sure my suit still fit, so I appreciate that very much. But very pleased to walk through what's happening within advancement and the Ohio University Foundation. As I start off with all my presentations, I just like recapping the foundation mission, and advancement vision. The foundation mission, philanthropy and service to education, has not changed since October 11th of 1945 when the foundation was founded. So we celebrated 75 years here this past October. Very pleased that last month we earned a Platinum Seal of Transparency from GuideStar, which is the highest distinction that you can receive from GuideStar. We are the only institutionally related foundation, part of the IUC, that received this Platinum Seal. I really attribute to the work of the staff and the foundation board to earn this. And as you can see, only 15% of nonprofits have earned a Platinum Seal, and it's something you have to earn year after year, but I think this is a great start. First time we've ever earned this as a foundation, and very proud of the work that's gone into getting this designation. So advancement strategic priorities, these are the three things that we focus on every single day. All the work that we do ties back to these priorities, and we're in the process of finalizing a 5-year strategic plan that we will look to share with the board, the foundation board, later this fall, and then with this board as well. And but increased private support and the impact of philanthropy, strengthening our donor and alumni engagement, and driving financial stability. And as I go through my presentation, they'll all tie back to these these priorities. So one of the big things that we're looking at now is, as it falls within our overall priorities, is our campaign planning. You've probably heard some initial conversations about where we are as an institution with campaign planning. There was a feasibility study that I believe most of you took part in here over the last 18 months. We're completing our internal readiness report, which is what we have to do within advancement. Working with the academic leadership and the deans, the provost, the president on drafting what our fundraising priorities are. We say a lot in advancement, we don't set the priorities within advancement. We support the priorities of the institution, so working closely with the deans and other academic leaders on what those pillars are. And then working closely with Vice President Oliver and the University Marketing and Communications team on what that messaging platform will be. Now, we are not in a campaign. We are just looking at the initial planning phases. The last campaign, as you probably remember, ended in June of 2015. In my mind, we're kind of always in campaign planning mode. Within advancement, we're always raising money, whether we're in a campaign or not. But I think now is a good time to go through this planning process. The foundation board at our meeting a couple weeks ago approved us moving into the planning phase. But as you can see by this timeline, you know, planning is several years. We're several years away from determining if we are in a position as an institution to launch into a public campaign. And this is an overall timeline. As you can see, some of the things we've completed, some of the things we're still doing. The top item there on leadership gifts is cultivate and solicit prospects. Again, that's something we're doing all the time, but we're at least, I think, putting ourselves in a position that if we do decide to move into a campaign in a couple of years, it's something we're ready to do. And we'll continue to work with President Sherman and the foundation board to determine what the best position for the university moving forward is as it relates to a campaign. So I'll talk a little bit about our philanthropic support. Year-to-date comparison dollars. These amounts are as of May 28th. So as you can see, 36.7 million. We're actually, as of this morning, we're at 39.5 million. And we learned last week that we received a $1.5 million gift to the nursing program up at OU Lancaster. So we will be well over 40 million this year with a $30 million goal, and incredibly proud of the staff, and obviously grateful to our donors and alums for helping us really in a difficult environment be 25% over what our goal was. I talked to a lot of my peers and colleagues at other institutions, and we're definitely, it's not the norm to be 10 million over goal during this COVID year. So incredibly proud of the team and all the work that went into that.
Nico, question.
Yes.
I don't mean to take anything away from it, but a lot of people with good portfolios, et cetera, found themselves with a lot of money coming in and not able to go very many places. A lot of people thought about donating to charity, especially if they got some kind of a federal check they didn't expect or really need. So I was thinking kind of the opposite, that we might benefit from that in 2020, maybe even 21.
I think we did. I don't think we project, you know, when we were setting the goals last year at around this time, I think there was still so much unknown about where we were. And yeah, I was surprised that other institutions have especially our counterparts here in Ohio have not done as well. And then as I get through some of these other slides, you'll see that I think you hit the nail on the head. The higher gift amounts have been, we've had more of those come in. It's kind of the lower $1,000 and less, $500 and less gifts that we've seen drop off tremendously.
That makes sense.
Which makes sense. So
yeah, but what I was afraid is that the answer could be some concern particular to Ohio University due to enrollments, whatever, in people's minds, and we're proving that's not the case. I think with an increase of.
Yeah, I think we're proving that in total dollars, but I think we are seeing possibly some of that impact in our overall donor numbers, especially at those lower amounts. They've not increased as much as the actual dollars in the door, so that could be a result of.
Are you getting comments like that?
I am, yes, I do get some
Okay,
from
talk about
alums,
that,
yeah.
please, we should go on, thanks.
Yeah, yeah, you're welcome. This is year-to-date comparison donors, and again, these are as of May 28th, and we have actually eclipsed 13,000 overall donors as of this morning, and our alumni donors are up to about 7,900. So we've had continue to get those gifts in the door, and our original goal was 12,000 for donors this year, and we've eclipsed that as well. But again, that was kind of going into it, not really knowing where we would be as a country last year this time. So this speaks to the donors by giving level, and as you can see, the big drops that we're seeing in our donors are at that $1,000 and below, about 130 below where we were last year, and less than 100, about 750 in the 100 to 499, and about 140 in the 500 to 999. So that's where we're seeing significant drops, which I think is an industry standard and makes sense based on the economy and what we've all gone through. And here, as you can see, the 25 to 99,000 and the 100,000 and up have been strong, you know, having that 100,000 and up level continue to grow year over year, and you can see here it's even higher than it was last year, and the middle category is in line where we've been these last couple of years. So so people have been making gifts, and I think again it's the individuals that have had a strong portfolio and been able to share some of that philanthropically. This is a list of our gifts of $1 million and more here in fiscal 21. The Schlumberger was the largest gift in kind we've ever received as an institution, and obviously everybody knows the Conakers, and as I mentioned to the foundation board, you know, that the gift from the Conakers was a planned gift that was established, I believe, back in the mid-2000s, and I really want to commend Dr. Nellis for his work with Ann Lee Conacher over the last 4 years. Went out and visited her at least 2 or 3 times. Ellen Foltz, who many of you know, spent a lot of time with Mrs. Conacher, and the original gift plan was supposed to be about 10 million, and it came in at that 16.7 million. So I think that really shows the importance of stewardship, even after a commitment's been made, even after a planned gift has been put into place, to spend time with those donors, to keep them up to date on what's happening with the institution, to make them feel connected and valuable. As you can see, plays a very important role in gifts possibly coming in at more than we expected. So grateful to Dr. Nellis for his work with Mrs. Conacher and the time that he spent with her, and I think that played a big part in that being a lot bigger than we thought it was going to be. So we talk a lot about engagement, and you know, this has been an opportunity for us as a university to engage alums that maybe we haven't been able to reach before, because we've been able to do it virtually, and the Alumni Association hosted 56 events and had over 3,000 registrants, and you can see some of those numbers there on the right. And we've been able to get people involved that have not been involved for years, and grateful to our alumni board and Jeff and all in the leadership he's provided to really find ways to engage Bobcats from all over the world. And these are some of our social media numbers that continue to grow, and I think grateful to Robin Oliver and the partnership with UCM as we spread the message about the good things happening on campus. Bobcat store continues to grow, and we have some really great items that I know our alums really appreciate being able to get that aren't available other places. Giving Day 2021, we raised almost $480,000. Our goal, we did not have a dollar goal, but we had a donor goal. Our donor goal was 1,804. So as you can see, we had 1,819 donors, and really a outstanding turnout. And I'm proud to say that our Giving Day, we truly track the dollars that come in that day. There are other ways that it could be done, where you're getting commitments and holding them until Giving Day. That is truly what came in that day from Bobcats all over the country, and that was higher than in 2019 when we raised about 440,000. And last year in 2020, if you remember, we did not do a Giving Day. We switched that to the Bobcats Take Care campaign. Our case alumni metrics, we are pleased that we're able to track in a different way how many alums are engaged. In the past, we really could only look at our philanthropic, or we really only tracked the philanthropic, and that's the alumni participation rate that's talked about in the U.S. News and World Report rankings. But CASE, which is the Council for the Advancement and Support of Education, which is kind of our main group that we work with within advancement, has started to track alumni engagement in different ways: volunteer, experiential, communication, and philanthropic. So as an example, all of you as volunteers would count as alums. Those of you that are alumni would count as an alum that is engaged. And in fiscal year 19, we were at 5.1%. And fiscal year 20, you can see we were at 12.4%. So that's 33,000 alums that are engaged with the university in some way. Our goal for fiscal 21, which we will have hopefully this summer, is 15%. But back to the 33,000 number, we have about 8,000 alumni that give philanthropically and 33,000 that are engaged. So it's helped us identify 25,000 people, 25,000 alums that are engaged with us but not giving. So how can we keep them involved, and how can we hopefully move them to the point where they're contributing philanthropically? So it's really been a great way to build and identify a pipeline moving forward. And those are the numbers you see in the blue circle, the 12.5 and the 33,000. Now our alumni participation in giving, as you can see, has been steadily declining. We are, as I mentioned, over 8,000, just under 8,000 right now. So we have eclipsed 3% for our alumni participation rate. And when I talk to alums about that giving, they're stunned that only 3% of Bobcats give back philanthropically. The denominator keeps growing as we have more alums in the field, and we're continuing to look for ways to get people engaged early. We have a staff member within the Alumni Association that works on early engagement. We're talking more to students about the importance of philanthropy. And a big drop there between 18 and 19 was also as we revamped our phone-a-thon program. So we're confident that those numbers will continue to, or at least start to climb back up as we look for new ways to engage our alums. Yes.
How does OU compare, like, if, with other MAC schools, for example, in terms of we're at 3%? Do you have data that shows where the other ones are?
Yeah, most of them are similar to us, somewhere between, 3 and 5%. I think Miami is the outlier. They've spent a lot of time and resources on increasing their participation rate. I believe they're over 10. So, we fall in line with our other MAC schools. And, data shows, as you can see by our dollars in the door, we've focused on investing a lot of our development officers' time and energy on those larger gifts to bring those, to make that bigger impact, and not so much just chasing the participation rate. I've heard from a lot of alums and donors that the participation rate doesn't mean anything to them as donors. It's something that we track as a university, and they want to give to something that's impactful. And saying, help us raise our participation rate, isn't going to inspire somebody to give. They're going to be inspired to give because it's something that's meaningful to them, or something that they feel is impactful. So I think all institutions are seeing that. But again, I believe having the engagement metrics, we're able to identify people that come to events, people that volunteer on committees, maybe are part of a dean's advisory committee, that receive our communications by email or in the mail, that aren't giving, is giving us a pipeline to hopefully get that number up. If we could be consistently between 4 and 5%, I think that would be really solid moving forward. The privates are the ones that kind of skew it. The privates would have a 30-40% alumni participation rate, but public institutions like ours, to be at around 5% would be solid.
Yeah, well, thank you. I know you're not done, but I appreciate you kind of giving that insight, and also to, I guess, clarify your position as to the direction that that you guys want to move in for impactful discussions as opposed to just taking an aggregate number and saying, okay, we want 4.5% now of the alumni base, but that doesn't really translate because I completely understand. I don't want to give to anything unless I really kind of understand why and where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, it's about impact, right?
Yeah.
Donors are making an investment, and it needs to be something that's, that they really feel passionate about and feel that we're gonna be good stewards of that, and so that's where we've continued to focus. And actually, even US News and World Reports has lowered the percentage value on alumni participation rate by, I believe it was 5% of the overall score, now it's 3%. So I think, we're beginning to see what CASE is doing with the overall engagement is more of a, it shows what the true alumni engagement is rather than strictly just dollars or gifts that are coming from alums. Proud that 2 years in a row, our foundation board of trustees have 100% participation in giving. Again, we don't have minimum dollar amounts for our foundation board members, but we do ask for 100% participation as it makes a very strong statement when we're talking to donors and others about the support from the board. And our alumni association has continued to increase. I think when I started in 2018, we were below 40%, and we were at 85% last year. And to date, we're at 96%, and we are confident that by the end of this month, we will be at 100% from our alumni board. And finally, drive financial sustainability, as Senior Vice President Schaefer talked about. Our endowment, our market value as of March 31st was $679 million. Incredible work by the Foundation Investment Committee, chaired by alums Donnie Harrison and Paul Gaidosh. Dave Guam, who serves as our Director of Investments, obviously Senior Vice President Schaefer, and CFAO Candace Casto in advancement, have really played an incredible role in seeing that grow. As you can see, the total market value up $100 million from fiscal 20, and obviously the 21 numbers are estimated and unaudited. But I think you can see the bottom. The green is our historic gift value, so those are the actual dollars that came in the door from the gift, and then the accumulated gains is the gray number, and the portfolio return as of this 21.2%. in fiscal 21. So been an outstanding year, and really grateful to the investment committee of the foundation for the work that they've done with that. This is our endowment annual distributions, and I'll call your attention to the administrative fee. As most of you know, we've put a plan in place to lower that administrative fee. When I started here in fiscal 18, it was at 2%, which is high compared to peers. So beginning in fiscal 20, we are lowering it, or we have been lowering it 10 basis points to get it down to 1.5% by fiscal 25. And you can see that by doing that, it takes time, but it has kept more money in the corpus, and it has allowed us to have more money that we've been able to distribute. So the $22 million that we're projected to distribute in fiscal 22. But because the market has done so well, it hasn't really affected us or hurt us in as far as our administrative fee, which helps cover the operation, most of the or part of the operation of advancement. The university does contribute to that as well. And that is all I have. I'm glad to answer any questions. I appreciate the opportunity.
I would just like to make a comment that there's been a lot of change and a lot of interactions, and I really appreciate the philosophy that you've brought to the organization. Touches, I think, are really important, and communication and providing opportunities for impactful investments is a very sound strategy. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I just want to make that comment.
I would just say too, Nico, you and your team have done a great job really communicating with alumni, because I've seen a significant increase in what's coming my way, which I hadn't seen in the past. So it's there. You just got to get them to give, right?
Right. Thank you
Even
very
those
much.
non-alumni.
Yes.
Does time count?
It does. It does, yeah. We've counted you. Great. Well, thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Wood. Yes.
Chair Kashani, I was finding my glasses. That's the next problem after using them is for me to find them.
I told you, this is a first for me. I think it's maybe my step in the chairmanship, you know?
Well, good morning. We're going to talk this morning, first of all, about the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. We provided at the April Board of Trustees meeting, or in preparation for the April meeting, the proposed draft of that plan, and we're going to discuss some of the key points of that today. Our current plan was implemented in 2012, and it has gone through a rigorous update process, culminating in this presentation today. Elaine Getz, our Director of Energy Management and Sustainability, is going to cover key items associated with the proposed plan. As noted, we want to share the important information, share our important information, answer your questions, and obtain plan approval.
All right, so this slide shows a history of our carbon commitment. I just want to highlight a couple things on here. The first is that in 2007, our former president, Rod McDavis, signed the ACU PCC. That's our carbon, it's currently called our carbon commitment, and previously it was called the ACU PCC. So he was a charter signatory, and that commitment committed us to having a plan toward reducing our carbon emissions. And so that's why we're here today. Our first plans were created in 2011, our sustainability plan, and our climate action plan was created in 2012. Our commitment requires us to revise and review this every 5 years. And then finally, the last thing to note on this slide is that President Nellis signed the We Are Still In declaration on his first day in office, which reaffirms this carbon commitment. Next slide. So this is the actual text, the beginning of the text of our carbon commitment. And I want to draw your attention to the green arrow where it says we need to review, revise if necessary, and resubmit the climate action plan not less frequently than every 5 years. So it has actually been 9 years since we submitted our first climate action plan. So we are a little behind, but now at this point we are ready to move forward with our new plan. So this is the planning process that we took. You can see multiple iterations of vetting with different stakeholders and then revisions. We vetted with our responsible parties, those within the university who are responsible for implementing this plan. We vetted with the public, and we've brought this twice now to the Board of Trustees. The last time was in January of 2020. And now we are, you can see the arrow, we are at the final approvals. We've brought this to our Senates, to our Sustainability Committee, and now we are bringing it forward to you, the Board of Trustees.
Excuse me, could you pull your microphone down a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sure, sorry about that. Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so the updated plan now has 16 sections and it has 32 goals that are arranged by theme versus the previous plan that had 35 benchmarks that were arranged by priority. The guiding principles in our planning process were to direct our progress toward achievement of that carbon commitment, also to align the goals of our plan with our external rating system, which is called STARS, and the goals in our previous plan. And then finally, to provide triple bottom line cost benefit analysis criteria for those plan components.
And I'd highlight, I think an important aspect is that align the goals and metrics with our stars, because we're making external reports that are used for the annual, contribute to some of the annual evaluations of the university and its goals toward our overall rankings. And when we come back next, or in August at the next Board of Trustees, and we show you some of those aspects, I think you'll see how important alignment with the stars can be, no pun intended.
All right, so this is a example plan section. This is our climate section of the plan. You can see along the top bar that it shows external criteria that we are aligning with, including HE stars. That's what Steve just referred to, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the carbon commitment itself. So on the left side of each of these sections, it shows where we are now, the now meaning when we started our revision process in FY18. It shows how we have progressed toward the benchmarks in the previous plan related to the section. It also shows how we compare to our peers, that stars climate comparisons. And then there also is a pie chart on these sections showing the carbon emissions related to this section. And then on the middle section of this and the right-hand side, it shows how we plan to move forward. So it has goals, it has metrics that show how we'll measure our progress, and it has a target for FY26. It also has proposed strategies that we can use to move forward toward those goals, and it shows criteria by which we will evaluate the costs and benefits of each of those strategies. Then it also has notes and definitions on each section.
So how many of these do we have total?
And we have 16 sections in our plan, and you should have those in your packet. So the highlights of this new plan are new carbon neutrality date of 2050. This moves up our carbon neutrality date by 25 years. The default for the previous plan was 2075. This brings us more in line with our peers. It's not the most aggressive carbon neutrality date, but it is now more in line with our peer institutions. We also have an interim target of 50% emissions reductions from our FY12 baseline by the end of this 5-year plan. That actually is an aggressive plan and an aggressive goal, but we do feel like we can make that quite comfortably. The plan also has goals, metrics, and targets which align with external reporting, which is STARS, we already mentioned that, and with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is kind of a new best practice. Not a lot of institutions have that in their plans yet, so this is a leading thing that we are doing. And then besides our carbon neutrality goals, we were really careful about this given our fiscal situation. There are no new cost requirements except for staff time. And then there are flexible implementation strategies in each section and each goal, so that if we can't meet the goal using one strategy, there are several other strategies that we can use instead to meet the goals.
So if I may ask a quick question with regard to the emissions reduction, does that, what you just said, does that pertain to that goal as well?
But we have
so in other words, there could be significant infrastructure changes to achieve that goal. The question is, have you guys thought about, well, I know you've thought about, because I know how you work, Steve, what kind of costs we're looking at in order to do that? I mean, replacement of existing infrastructure, things of that nature.
There's as Elaine suggested, Chair Kashani, there's a number of different ways that we can approach this. And for the 50% emissions reduction by 2026, our recent procurement strategy for electrical enabled us to meet this with the combination of purchased renewable energy credits, or certificates. So in that aspect, That's a strategy we're looking at right now, but you're right, when you start considering renewable energy as an aspect of this, or changes in infrastructure. As it relates to the larger goal of the carbon neutrality date by 2050, to be honest, we do not have, when we brought this in January, I think we explained this as well, or January 2020, I apologize. We explained this as well, is we do not have a set path that we know will enable us to get there, but we felt with our peer comparisons and the interest in at least segments of the students that are considering Ohio University, that we needed to be more competitive and push our goal forward by 25 years to 2050. And we need to continue to investigate strategies for a pathway forward.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you would add?
All right, and these are the top priorities in our plan. This is from our Ohio University Sustainability Committee, and these are very appropriate top priorities. Our number one priority is to reduce those institutional greenhouse gas emissions, which is what our carbon commitment is. And then as an educational institution, having curriculum as a second priority is also very appropriate. Next slide. Right, and here are comments on our sustainability and climate action plans, comments from students, faculty, staff, and finally, comments from EAB. We had an external review of this from EAB, and they pointed out some of the strengths of it. They really liked our well thought out and quantifiable academic goals and metrics, and our emphasis on diversity, inclusion, and wellness aspects of sustainability. They also pointed out the alignment with our United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as a best practice. We received about 450 of these comments. And now with that, I think we can move forward to questions and the resolution.
I'd like to make a comment. I'm really happy to see you, Elaine, and I've got to tell you that when you started this, I just thought it was so incredibly complicated to try to do. I believed in the coal thing, that seemed pretty straightforward, but the rest of it seemed so complicated. And reading your slides in depth, I'm just amazed at how much you've been able to do. And I'm sure it's the enthusiasm of students and faculty, of course, helping carry you along is a huge piece of it. But I think we're a real leader in this, and I think that means that that will help our enrollment, that will help all kinds of things. So I salute you 100%. I'm amazed that you're able to get all these kinds of things done. It looks so complicated, and you have such good results coming in. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, a couple questions. I think it was January 2020 where we last talked about this, and that's where I brought up the possibility of purchase power from solar, and how that's it was becoming a very distinct possibility then, and it's a really very prevalent now. What are the details of, have you contracted out with anybody yet? And how much of our electric load is in, if you have done it, is part of that?
We have not contracted out for a PPA on renewables, and we haven't contracted in any aspect yet for renewables. We put out an RFQ. We actually had post-review, had a legal technicality that we did not fulfill for Ohio Revised Code, so we had to go back and re-advertise for that RFQ, and we are currently evaluating those opportunities now. And that includes PPAs as well as some on-site renewables, not only for Athens, but also for some of our regional campuses are in consideration as we go through the evaluation process.
I would, I'm a fossil fuel guy that's talking about green energy, but I've learned quite a bit about the green energy, and especially the utility scale green energy, which is, in my opinion, makes a lot of sense for the state of Ohio and for Ohio University. And I think it's, frankly, the most practical way to approach this. I mean, all this other stuff is fantastic, but your biggest, most immediate impact is going to be the purchase power. And from what I know, the solar rates that are being quoted right now at or lower than a lot of the fossil fuel rates. My comment is to hurry up, because there is a build happening in the state of Ohio right now that is significant, but it's going to stop soon thereafter. And obviously, supply and demand takes over from there. And I would frankly take a real hard look at, I understand we've got our own energy personal portfolio on campus here, but I would take a real strong look at taking out some of that, heaven forbid, to go green, and it'll get you closer to this aggressive benchmark. I just think it makes the most sense, and it makes economic sense, and frankly, it's the most efficient way to get to carbon neutrality. And I know all these other programs are great, and everyone gets involved, and everyone's happy about it, and that's fantastic. But if we are really wanting to go green, let's really jump into this solar utility pool, because I think it's real.
Thank you, Trustee Evans.
Can I ask a quick question too?
Sure.
Are you done?
I think so, yeah.
You didn't have a third point?
I may have a follow-up after you, but we'll see.
Okay. Terrific work. This is really exciting, and it's good color to go green. But I guess my question, I met a Ohio University alumni, recent alum, who's headed west to work for a solar company, and he studied geology here. Is there opportunity to engage with the students in this work? And have you, maybe you have already?
Yes. Actually, that's what our office focuses on most, is interacting with the students. And one of the pieces in this, once, if this is approved today, then we will move forward full steam ahead with our Sustainability Project Lab, which takes every single strategy in this plan and turns it into a project for the Sustainability Project Lab. And those are projects pre-designed projects that can be implemented in courses and by student groups and by people doing their graduate students doing theses and dissertations. So it'll be an entire list. We have about 80 projects so far that we're going to completely develop so that they can be incorporated into classes as experiential learning and things like that. So yeah,
that's great. Thank you. He seemed very well prepared.
And on that point and that question, I think it's important for the board to know and for everyone to know that at the Voinovich School, we have one of the leaders in, frankly, consulting for a lot of these, both wind and solar companies, in terms of the economic impacts they have on the region, in whatever region they're looking at locating. And a lot of those students are working now. It's one of the new buckets that the Voinovich School is working with to expand. So there's a significant upside there, especially for the region when you're talking about some of these large solar farms coming in and benefiting some of these counties that have hardly any tax base. And next thing you know, they've got $5 million a year for 40 years. But I think it's important to know that the Voinovich School is frankly right now the leader, and a lot of these green energy developers and their associations are now working with the Voinovich School as the expert, and all those students are involved with that.
So we include in our RFP, we have a representative from Voinovich on our evaluating our the proposals we've received for renewable. We've worked with Voinovich in the past, and actually Facilities funded a student to put in a small array. I think it was only like 6 panels, but to help us get some data on how efficient the arrays are around the Athens campus and angles, et cetera. So just a small project in that. And a key part in the project laboratory that Elaine explained is that we have 3 faculty hub coordinators that are integrate with sustainability to help ensure that that message is carried out through the academic community, and the academic community is providing feedback back, and that really enables that student engagement as well.
Yeah, it's also Gilbert Mershad is his name at language school, and he deserves praise because he's known as the expert now. But it's also important to know that solar, as you and I may know it, where it's on individual roofs, is great and it's available. But I think there's a more efficient way people need to understand to get solar power is through these wholesale power contracts from farms that may be 2, 3, 4, 5 counties away.
Yeah, Gilbert is on our RFP committee evaluating our proposals.
I figured that.
Yeah,
That's good news.
yeah, he's great.
Thank you for those questions. Are there any other questions? I think we have a resolution. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair Kashani.
Okay. Do you want me to discuss the resolution? Or
Well, I'm sorry, I usually have not been in the habit of discussing the resolution, other than this is to bring forward the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan for Board of Trustees approval.
Okay. Is there a motion for sending this resolution to the full board for approval?
You're gonna make me do this?
I was, and I'll do it. Board Memke will move.
Second.
I didn't ask for a second yet.
I retract that second.
Is there a second? Thank you.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
While AVP Bolin joins, I just do want to take a minute to acknowledge Elaine Getz and Sam Crowell of her team. They have done an amazing job, as you have seen here and acknowledged. Not only have they significantly expanded the amount of collaboration with campus, with faculty, and implemented what is and has been recognized as an evolving best practice, a new model. They've done it with reduced budget and reduced staffing. So huge acknowledgement to the work they've put in and what they're building across campus.
Thank you, Deb. So AVP Bolin and I are now going to present to you an update on the capital improvement plan. We have a capital improvement plan every year. Every other year, we come forward with a 6-year CIP, the odd years, and a 1-year CIP in the even years. The aspects of this, it's a system-wide approach. So we have the academic programmatic aspects, of which AVP Bolin is usually the lead in gathering and facilitating conversation around. We have building systems and infrastructure with my team's input. We also gather those inputs from culinary, residential housing. You see the rest of the list there, and regional higher education. For last year, or for this current for this fiscal year update, our overarching principle was, over the next 2 years, fiscal years, what projects are critical to continue and what can be placed on hold to reduce our capital spend. So we've been in addressing some of the most key mission critical projects. As we look forward, we're changing our sort of approach from that to support the strategic objectives of the university while maintaining investments that fulfill our mission critical needs. And from a process perspective, you can see it laid out here, 1 through 4. We are at the point now, we have met with constituents, we have done a lot of prioritization, validated those priorities. So through steps 1 and 2, really at the closing end of 3, and starting to finalize our priorities, review, and seek approval. And that includes this update. We'll come back to the Board of Trustees in August with a final plan. And in the month of July, we have several meetings with key stakeholders and related to shared governance to share that plan. And I say we're in between 3 and 4 because it's a bit of an iterative process, and you'll understand that, I think, a little bit more as we step through the rest of these slides. The key drivers for the 6-year CIP, really, if you look at from left to right, they're sort of in color blocks, but you have sort of the world at large external influences that we need to be cognizant of. Obviously, the pandemic, and we've had previous discussions. We'll have a little bit more after this about the current construction climate that is driven. We have the macro level institutional objectives as denoted here. And then we have some a little bit more, I'll just use the word localized impacts when you think about how we execute our projects and what we need to be considering as we are working the integration of our priorities. Overall, we take these and the priorities for the institution, meld those into a comprehensive plan that is aligned with the available funding and with the expectation to meet the future needs of the institution. And with that, I will turn it over to AVP. Oh,
thank you.
AVP Bowen.
As Steve shared, the CIP update is really responding to different needs, and this chart is really sharing with you key drivers that Ohio University has moved forward since 2011 when we really geared up our process in the capital improvement plan process. These goals include really responding to needs that really help our institution move forward. The CIP is really a planning process that is iterative, and so we're constantly taking in those different factors and trying to react to be respondent to those. Past inclusion of that included trying to meet our deferred maintenance goals. I don't know how many of you remember when we were quickly reaching $100 a square foot in deferred maintenance backlog. And so the university responded and put things in place like the Century Bond program or diverted state capital dollars and other pieces to help meet those needs. Other things are really doing strategic initiatives and investing in those to help advance forward. Examples of that would be investment in learning spaces or investing in accessibility or transformational projects or in new campuses like what we did with Dublin or Cleveland. For this capital improvement plan, we're really trying to respond to the strategic framework and really advancing projects that hit key focus areas for our institutions such as research, vibrant communities, student success, access and inclusion, and those pieces.
So I'm going to talk about our deferred maintenance prioritization process, and that's going to be followed by AVP Bowen's discussion around programmatic prioritization, and then we'll pull those two together and talk about the integration piece. So what we have here, if you start in the top left of the slide, is just some of the tools we look at from the deferred maintenance perspective. So we started off several years ago with EMG doing a portfolio assessment to identify the deferred maintenance in our facilities. That is captured in overall in the database, and that needs to be kept updated as we identify with our building assessments new items that need to be considered from a prioritization perspective, as well as the investments we are making that are taking those off the books. We do that across RHE, our regional higher education campuses, as well as the Athens facilities, and the experts to get out and review and look at that. And we seek the inputs, if you will, from the frontline supervisors and those working in the buildings as well, because they're the ones that are out there the most. We can look at our computerized maintenance management system and pull data from that, et cetera, to help inform the prioritization. So we also have the criteria for prioritization. When we're looking at it, you know, what kind of impact does it have? Is it multiple buildings? Are we talking building envelope failures that are contributing to other problems? Mechanical system failures, that's a lot of the issues. And where can we get the low-hanging fruit that needs to be addressed? And that's some of the buckets that we'll talk about in the next slide. You can see the deferred maintenance considerations. We still have our total DM backlog is up there. Our numbers that we're tracking are approximately $461 million, and that does not include utility non-building infrastructure, so our pavements either. And when we address this, which we address through the Century Bond and state funding primarily, it is not necessarily a dollar for dollar. It depends on the project, and we look at those projects specifically when calculating our backlog. And at this point, we have not been able to address deferred maintenance items such as carpets, doors, and some of the other items that may be more visible as we've concentrated on some of the building systems and larger deferred maintenance aspects. From a priorities and buckets on the left-hand side are actual projects that we would identify as our top 10. And on the right-hand side is the funding buckets that I mentioned in the previous slide. So what we're looking at here is just setting aside dollars to address items through the 6-year CIP. We may not know right now which elevator is going to be the next one. We do have a list, but by bucketizing, we can enables us to flex and meet the needs as we come up on the funding availability. We do know we have elevators that need to be replaced and upgraded, is my point, just which is going to be the highest priority when we get there. So using the funding buckets enables that process a little bit better. Any questions about this? I sort of skipped over it. You can read the project list. You can see we have a mixture of roof projects. We have some issues with the steam tunnels at East Union, right across between the Main Green and Schoonover. We have the Gammersfield renovation is one of our residence halls where we need to address MEP in that building, and similar in Chubb. Yes, Chair Kashani.
Can you expand a little bit on what you're looking to do? In what building is that in the Ridges that you're looking to convert the 2400?
That's our central steam plant, and it is right now it is the distribution point for medium voltage, 2400 volt. That is a voltage that is not very safe to work on, and we are transferring that out to get it into our 2470. So we have another substation already in place. We're iteratively moving away from that when we can, and this is to take the Ridges power plant itself off of that medium voltage.
What was the last thing you just said? What you planning on taking that off the grid?
Not off the grid. We have another voltage that we prefer to work on, and we are switching the buildings at the Ridges over iteratively from the 2400. That precludes us having to change out the 2400 volt switch gear and puts us on a more reliable and safe system.
Okay.
And this particular project enables that for Ridges 33 has the boilers in it to provide centralized heat out to several of the buildings around the Ridges. So that's one of the reasons we want to switch it over.
Okay.
Yesterday, each of you had a chance to see an example of what a programmatic project is like for the campus when you toured the Academic Engagement Center. So when I speak of programmatic approach, those are the kind of projects that I'm speaking of and helping the institution prioritize. How I conduct that process is through a series of interviews across the campus. We begin with the academic deans to understand what their intentions are for their colleges to help advance their programs forward. And then we continue into the rest of the portfolio, the auxiliaries, and each of the different disciplines that we have across the institution. We had profound experiences when we interviewed the deans this year. They were very humbled in their approach in thinking about the situation that Ohio University is in with respect to our financial position, but also how to advance the projects that we need to do in micro ways, small ways. How can we invest now in small projects that really work towards these goals that we have at the bottom of this sheet here on this page. So did others that we met with. A couple of sessions that I had just this week with Vice President Jenny Hall-Jones and Vice President Robin Oliver really helped hone in on the needs that we have as an institution, not just to invest in our learning spaces, but also in our residential experience and the campus environment, which many of you talked about yesterday when we met. So One of the things that came out of the dean's meetings and these discussions is how we can invest in small projects that really elevate the values and hit in key areas on our campus. And it's really a similar example of what the residential hall experience has been doing, in which instead of taking millions of dollars and investing in one building and completely overhauling it, to switch to smaller investments across the portfolio that really have meaningful impact. So we are proposing a strategy, or will in August when we present, that shares how we can use the limited resources we have and spread it across the system in smaller ways, but meaningful ways. In this slide is an example of some of that experience. You'll see notions of admission and visitor experience and how we ensure that we're attracting the students and helping the visitors to our campus understand who we are. We talked to you in March about our portfolio reduction strategy and our ability to continue moving forward on that programmatically. Several colleges and units have need to really study their portfolio, what they are living with today, the changes in their strategy, and how they think about their future as they embrace hybrid environments, as well as the different student cultures that we have coming to our campus. Learning space portfolio is a high priority for our campus. That looks at everything from our outdoor spaces, our interior spaces, and making sure that we're complementing those environments and making them very vibrant. One of you, I can't remember which, commented on a couple of really fantastic classrooms we have in key buildings and how every classroom needs to have that kind of experience when our students are in our physical places. As our provost and her team and the deans look at academic reimagining, there may be relocations and optimization that we need to do across our portfolio to invest in. Student success programs, research, and on our RHE, our different locations and some specific colleges like COFA who have major renovation needs still, you'll see us bring forward programmatic investments that complement that. What you don't see here is the conversations I'm still having, like the one I highlighted with the residential experience. Those portfolios are also looking at what they need to do to help advance their missions forward as well. So what Steve and I are in the process of doing is really integrating those, as we've shared with you before. What buildings are we prioritizing deferred maintenance investments in? What buildings and places are we looking at programmatic investments? How does that align? How do we look at the dollars that are available from the state capital or gifts or other operational dollars that units may have, and make system-wide improvements and integrate those to really try to make the most bang for the limited bucks that we have on our campus. We're currently looking at fund source approach. We're looking at the availability. When are those dollars available? I think Brent Buckley is in the audience behind me, and he's the master at looking at all of that. So a lot of work from other people that besides Steve and I who are here. And that will translate into the document and spreadsheets that you've seen before when we are complete with that effort.
You want to go first?
You can go ahead. You want me to?
Yeah, why don't you cover the deliverable first?
Okay, I'll deliver on the right.
Yeah.
So you have seen from us in the past a thick 80-page or 100-page book that we've printed and bound and shipped to your house prior to the board meeting when we're asking for your approval. We've talked about that and felt that a PDF online version would be more sustainable and a better use of our resources. So we are planning to adjust the kind of materials that we give to you in the future. It will include some of the things that you've seen us include in the past, like the deferred maintenance backlog chart, so that you can see how the investments that we have prioritized still make progress on our goals that we've set it as an institution. We will talk about the drivers behind the programming and share the spreadsheets so that you can see by functional area and by fund source what the investments are going towards. What we're going to stop including is a few pieces of that document that were duplicative or extra and really time-consuming and not really applicable to advancing this forward. So a few things like different ways to look at the spreadsheet, which is very time-consuming and producing and not very helpful, we have found, and really streamlining that process a bit.
And as we discussed, looking at the left side, we have the DM priorities done. We have completed the programmatic priorities. We are evaluating our funding availability against those priorities and making sure that we have our integration right. So to, put a fine point on it, that we aren't making a investment in a classroom where we know we have known water infiltration issues from the windows and the roof, as an example. We want to make sure we're making those in concert. We're refining those details and budgets for the projects we have identified. We're doing internal reviews. As I said, we have a slate of engagements going through the month of July that will lead us back here in August with a CIP for your approval. And with that, we will bring forward our KPIs and budget summaries, et cetera, as identified by Shauna there when we were discussing the right. And with that, that concludes our update for today, and we are here for any further questions. Good.
Just a comment. I wanted to thank both of you for this and the hard work, and more importantly, I wanted to say thank you for all the hard work over the last year in dealing with all the physical issues that go on this campus with a skeleton staff. And as far as I know, all the buildings are still standing. They're all receiving heat. And I just want to acknowledge for the rest of the board that this is the group that allows everything else to happen. And so I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Chair
Good job.
Kashani. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. I am too new. I'm one of these kind of nerds that stays up at night worrying about deferred maintenance costs. And so while I've not been here long enough to know how you've done it, as the chair has, obviously you're putting together a good plan, and there's never going to be, you look at the money and where the state is and what we have here. So I appreciate what you do on limited resources. I do have a question in general. In the great case of a deferred maintenance tie, so you have $1 and you got to put that dollar somewhere. Is there ever a strategic overlay with enrollment and attracting students of where that dollar goes? Because my history with deferred maintenance is there's lots of ties, right? And then we will let the elevator or escalator that's broken gets it. Whether there's a stairwell next to it or not, sometimes we consider or not. Do you ever, in those limited dollars, overlay, this dorm and us getting students on campus matters to our overall enrollment? Or are you literally in such a situation that you just have to fix what breaks and make all safety decisions?
If you don't mind, I'll start off with if we only had $1 and where would it go? And I would say yes, we do take into consideration the aspects of all of the university strategic priorities, and especially at this time enrollment and what we can do. And I think the plan that we're bringing forward shows a little bit of that as we are trying to prioritize more funding for some of those programmatic priorities, and in concert with evaluating that impact on deferred maintenance. You can call me if you're up at night. I am often up with the deferred maintenance, but we do, because of the investments and the support from the Board of Trustees that we've had, I am not, I've answered this question to Senior Vice President Schaefer many times. I am not worried that we're going to have a building fall down or a building that is inoperable. We do have inconveniences associated with a compressor failure or a pump failure or those kind of things from time to time, and the staff that is able to react to it makes me get a few hours of sleep each night.
Yeah, well, I do appreciate your work, and it is thankless.
I'd like to layer into that. There was a time period when there was that $1 and we did have to invest in the roof that was caving in or the building that needed HVAC. because of years of limited investments. And this board made a critical decision to invest in the Century Bond program and debt at one point that helped us catch up with a lot of the deferred maintenance and make significant progress. And that's why Steve and I are able to sit here today and say we are at a point where we've made those kind of investments where we can also begin to be a little bit more strategic and say that dollar can hit both a deferred maintenance item and a programmatic item and really look at those places where they sync up. And Steve really did highlight that we are looking at enrollment as well as a lot of other facets when we're saying we want to prioritize this investment in this location because we feel that it hits these goals. So we are at a good place at Ohio University, a place where a lot of other institutions aren't, where the limited dollars that we have can go to both things at this time period.
Thank you so much.
So one last presentation from me. We have one project we're coming forward for approval with a budget amendment. As part of the normal capital project update though, this is our project summary, which includes all the projects we're working on and what phase they are in from conceptual through project closeout and the amounts. As I said, we had one project. It's a Porter and Lindley Hall's window replacement. We are coming forward with a $500,000 request as a budget amendment. Put my glasses back on. The project addresses deferred maintenance and energy efficiency / conservation by replacing windows in Porter and Lindley Halls. Work also includes the removal and abatement of lead-based paint and asbestos glazing associated with the windows. The funding for the project is internal bank and Century Bond residuals. I'll highlight that the internal bank is aspect of a previous energy conservation project that we had funds remaining from and worked with the Ohio Air Quality Development Authority to move this project forward. As you can see, we have wrapped up design. We've wrapped up design. We had a bid event, made some adjustments and rebid it, and still in a position where we need to bring the amendment forward. And we're looking at construction through the summer and into the, and it's because it goes across a fiscal year because of we have two buildings, so we will address one this summer and early fall and one next year.
Is that part of you said every 2 years you spend $500,000 on windows? Is that part of that $500,000?
This one is not, no. This one we, because of the internal bank funding as the majority of it, we matched that with what the Century Bond residuals that highlighted. So we get some of the, after every project, we usually have some contingency return. So a Century Bond, $18 or $19, or we had some residuals returned. We matched it to, or sorry, pooled it together to for this $500,000.
Well, the beautiful new elevated road let us see the Porter windows really well this time. I think they need it.
Thank you for your support.
That's definitely my support.
And with that, Chair Kashani, this is the resolution for approval of the budget amendment and project.
Is there a motion for sending this resolution to the full board with the recommendation for approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? The motion passes. We also have the following information items in the agenda. Annual investment policy review, treasury update, financial narrative update, facility projects update. Information items normally are not accompanied by presentations. However, if any of the trustees have a comment or question, I'm sure the staff is prepared to respond. I want to say thank you, Mr. Wood, again, and Deb as well. I know your involvement. So anyway, on time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chair Kashani. The Resources Committee has sent us to the full board 6 resolutions that we need to vote on as a board. And we do it individually for each resolution. The first one, I would move the approval of the continuation budget resolution and ask if there is a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Mr. Secretary, the motion passes. The second resolution, move approval of the undergraduate Athens and the regional higher education tuition fee and rate increases budget resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Mr. Secretary, the motion passes. The third motion is a motion to approve the tuition waiver renewals and budget resolution, and I move its approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, any abstentions? Mr. Secretary, the motion passes. The fifth motion, the fifth resolution, I move to approve the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan budget resolution. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing none, any abstentions? Mr. Secretary, that motion passes. And the last one, I move the approval of the capital projects resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Mr. Secretary, that motion passes as well. Okay. And of course, I left one out. The seventh resolution is the off-campus rate increase. And I move the approval of the off-campus rate increase. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? Mr. Secretary, the seventh resolution passes. The board will now consider the consent agenda items. Mr. Secretary, would you please read the consent agenda resolutions for the board?
The following consent resolutions: Ping Professor, Code of Conduct Approval, Faculty Fellowship Awards, Emerita Emeritus Recommendations, Name Change Arts and Science Environmental Geology, Name Change French, Name Change Spanish. Those are from the education, French, education, Spanish. Name Change Fine Arts Musical Instrumental Performance. New program, Business and HTC Sport Management. New program, Communication. New program, HSP Environmental Nutrition. Program Suspension, HTC French. Program Reviews. Department Merger in Education. New department in UNC.
Thank you very much. Just to remind everyone that consent resolutions, the resolutions themselves and supporting materials are provided to all board members before the meeting for review and voted upon collectively. Is there a motion to approve the consent resolutions as recited by Secretary Moore?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Chair Kashani. Any discussion, any comments or questions about the consent agenda items? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Mr. Secretary, consent resolutions pass. That winds up all of the committee material, and we're now at that point where the gentleman to my right, President Nellis, you are invited to make your report, please.
Thank you, Chair Cooper and board members. It is truly an honor to give you this presentation, and to also say it's been my distinct honor to serve as the 21st president of Ohio University. Ruthie and I arrived on campus in January of 2017. Some of you were there in Baker Center in the 1804 lounge when we came in to be interviewed by the board, but also we had the opportunity to meet the campus community, and that started our commitment and really love for Ohio University as we had the experience of meeting with faculty, staff, students, alumni, and it's been an amazing 4.5 years, because it started shortly thereafter when I was offered the position by the chair of the board at that time, David Wolford, and then I became very engaged, just like President Sherman has, I'm sure, since the day he was actually named with the university business. And who has a little clicker? Can I have that real quick? I'm sorry. Thanks, Leo. So when I first arrived on campus, I went through the kind of standard of being new to campus to learn as much as I could about the campus and develop some key strategic pathways that evolved into areas of access, focus on access and inclusion, student success, enhancing our research profile, and areas of engagement and sustainability. And to accomplish those, we had 11 strategic kind of tasks or focus areas that were part of that effort. And I'd like to quickly provide an overview of those successes that we've had in a little over the last 4 years. But starting with the focus on our mission and vision, and I believe I shared this with you at our last board meeting, but just to remind you again, these are our university approved mission and vision statements that are part of our accrediting process as well. But you'll see clearly through the mission and vision that we're very student-centered. That's why we're here. We care about students. And that is what brought me into higher education and continues to motivate me every day. And our vision, too, is truly to create the nation's best transformative learning experience for our students, and the continued development of our faculty, staff, and the continued engagement of our alumni. And our identity, too, is an important part of our university. What do we see ourselves as? And we've talked a lot about the highest return on experience, the nation's highest return on experience. And as you heard yesterday and reinforced today, that is a central theme. We want every student to have that unique experience that is unlike any other university that they might participate and engage in. And we truly are recognized as a national university. And I want to remind the board that there are over 4,000 public and private, for-profit, not-for-profit universities and colleges in the United States. And we're among an elite group of national universities. So when we're ranked, whether it's U.S. News and World Report or whatever, Wall Street Journal, Washington Monthly, they are looking at us in a unique category that it puts us among the elite of universities in our nation. And we provide an excellent professional education grounded in the liberal arts, the lifelong learning skills. We are a research university, and it's important to recognize how important that is, the quality of our faculty, but also the quality of the student experience. Because unlike some of the large research mega universities, our undergraduate students have the opportunity every day to participate with faculty who engage them in their research and creative enterprises. And it's so important in our national identity and in the product of the students that we have that go out and are very successful because of that type of experience. Carnegie has a classification of research universities, and there's research very high, which are like the top 100, and that's public and private. So we're not in that category. We're in that next tier, which is high research category, which is still a very elite group, remembering the total number of universities and colleges in the United States. It puts us in the top 200 universities as far as our research success. And again, an experience-based education in all modalities is what we are moving towards. When I also arrived as president of Ohio University, we contracted with a consultant to come in and evaluate our branding and marketing. I heard from deans, I heard from faculty, I heard from alumni that we didn't really clearly articulate what we are as an institution and how we branded ourselves and how we strategically marketed ourselves. And I'm very proud that I hired, with the support of you, and I know Trustee Kashani and Trustee Shield were on the search committee, but we had an excellent search and hired Robin Oliver, and I don't know if Robin's here today, but she's not here. She just left, of course, because she knew I was going to say something about her. But anyway, we've made a lot of progress since Robin arrived, and that required making some strategic moves as far as leadership transitions, but Robin has done an outstanding job, and we now have Forever Ohio, and that's resonating well as far as the way in which we are perceived, not only in our state, but nationally as well.
There she is.
Yeah. As I said some nice things about you, Robin, I'm sorry you weren't here, but thank you for all that you've done in helping us focus on our branding and marketing. And I'm going to come back to communications and marketing a little bit later too, just briefly. But we also have changed our admissions approach. And again, you've heard about that from the provost and her team, but also from Candace Boninger as far as admissions, but also the Ohio Guarantee. We built on that, the Ohio Guarantee Plus. And you heard yesterday from Jen Murphy and her team, and they're amazing people. We have an initiative here that is unlike anything going on in the country, and we need to copyright that somehow and make sure we keep it as unique as possible to Ohio. But the Guarantee Plus is phenomenal, but also the open admission policy and what that's done as far as our ability to recruit students from across the state. And so when you look at our enrollment numbers, and you heard about them again today, we're very, very pleased with the bounce back, and we're going to be really close to fall of 2019. And again, it's been a huge effort by people like Candace and her team. And again, I'm proud that I hired Candace after a national search, but also the commitment of SEEK, which is has a representation from across the university, but President Sherman was part of that group as a dean of business and contributed significantly. And SEEK was something that I created because I felt like there was a gap as far as I wanted enrollment management to truly have input from different parts of the university community and be strategic in moving at the interface with providing advice to me and being on the cutting edge as far as recruitment of students. So, our in-state, we had an out-of-state strategy that's been articulated too, and our international student numbers are up as well. For the first time in over 40 years, we updated the general education curriculum at Ohio University. And again, that took leadership by a lot of people, but it was done here this last year, and we're starting this fall with implementing that, and it's appropriately named the Ohio Bricks. And you can see that the bricks are the letters relate to things that we're looking for in students: critical thinking, communication, and equity and inclusion themes. But again, I give a lot of accolades to people like Katie Hartman and Faculty Senate and the leadership of Faculty Senate, but also Provost Sayers and her efforts in helping to move that forward. But a lot of people were involved in that and its success, but it happened. And I'm very proud of that during my presidency, and I think it will be a significant shift also in attracting transfer students, because when you looked at our gen ed before, it was very cumbersome as far as transfer students, and this creates a much smoother transition to our university, and so we're excited about that. We have truly gone through a major digital transformation, and Chris Ahmet and Brad Cohen and that whole team have been there, but it's been a campus-wide effort. And we've moved to a shared governance approach of the way in which we manage digital transformation. And Chris has already, in his relatively short time as our CIO, engaged over 400 different individuals, from faculty to administrators to students and others. And it permeates everything that we do, from the facility side and management to the way in which we engage our students and our alumni, and I am just really proud of the success in that area. You've heard also yesterday about the Ohio Honors Program, and again, that's an area that I have a lot of pride in, and I noticed when I came in to campus, HTC, one of the top in the nation. I would say it's one of the top 20 honors tutorial college programs in the United States, but it's limited as far as the size, the number of students that can participate, and we needed an honors program that would complement that. I was talking to prospective students as I went out on the recruiting trail, and they were saying, well, we've been accepted into that other university that we don't talk about to the west of us, or that other university to the north of us, and they included us in their honors program, and we didn't get into the honors program in Ohio. So they weren't quite at that level of getting into HTC, but they're still really quality students. So we were missing out on an opportunity to recruit. And I'm so proud of what we've been able to do, and do it in a very creative way, unlike any other type of honors program in the country, because many of them have a prescribed set of courses that you take. We have experiences that students validate. And so we have now 650 new coming in the fall honor students, and around 1,400 overall. And I look forward as a faculty member to doing what I can to be supportive of that program, and hopefully having the opportunity to teach in that program as well. And you had lunch yesterday in the Academic Engagement Center. As soon as it was public that I was going to be the next president, and I'm sure Dr. Sherman has had these experiences already too, alumni were emailing me. I was getting calls about what should happen with the president's residence at 29 Park Place. And you remember the board, those of you that were around, what was going on at that time. There was a lot of controversy and difficulty, and there were a lot of opinions, strong opinions, about what should be done with that president's residence. And we wanted to create something that created an academic engagement corridor, and it added tremendously to the opportunities for students. And you saw that what once was the president's residence now transformed into a student-centered engagement that enhances our ability with our Ohio Honors Program, our Cutler Scholars, our Ohio Fellows, and in so many other ways. And it's also helped us, I think, the whole effort in honors and focused on our success with national scholars. We had 3 Goldwaters this year. We were the only public and private university in Ohio to have 3 Goldwaters this year. And we've had 9 in the last 4 years during the time that I was president. And so three last year, 3 this year. So really proud of that. Fulbrights, 25 recipients and 8 alternates in the last 4 years. That's phenomenal. And you look at that university to the north of us, in that big urban area, and they nominate usually twice the number of Fulbrights that we do, just because of their size. And we often are very close to the number of actual Fulbrights. So the quality of students that are getting Fulbrights, tremendous, and something that we're certainly proud of. We had a Udall this year and some of these other recognitions as well, but very important. I hope one day, I dream about one day having a Rhodes Scholar here at Ohio University as part of that. Our academic health center is first rate. It's at top, I would argue, among osteopathic colleges of medicine. And the new Heritage Hall is absolutely phenomenal. I've had a tour of that. It's probably been a month and a half ago, and it is totally state-of-the-art. It's like, and I've been on campuses with other medical schools. There's nothing quite like it. It's really phenomenal. You're going to enjoy seeing that space, and a real tribute to our executive dean and chief medical officer, Ken Johnson, but his whole team. And the Osteopathic Heritage Foundation, too, which made the transformational gift that allowed that to happen. But during my time as president, we had the first graduating class from Dublin. We had the first graduating class from Cleveland. And we also scaled our student numbers. We have 1,000 students, 1,000, studying to be doctors of osteopathic medicine. That's the largest medical school in the state of Ohio. And again, I'm very proud of that, and over 60% of them are staying in state. And most of those are going into primary care. 2 critical elements that are so important that we should be, again, very, very proud of. And they also have raised their profile as far as research. They've tripled the amount of National Institute of Health funding. And they rank 3rd among schools of osteopathic medicine in the United States now in NIH funding. Michigan State is number 1. The University of North Texas Health Sciences Center is number 2, and then Ohio University. So really, really proud of that. And this is that health center. And we've been able to collaborate with this health center right off the bat. We went out and we provided the opportunity to work closely with the Athens County Health Department, Dr. Gaskell and Jack Pepper, who I worked with very closely, but Dr. Ice, we hired to serve as our public health officer. She worked very closely with Dr. Johnson. But this became the center. This was the place where people went to get vaccinated, and you can see the number of first and second doses that were administered in that atrium area of Heritage Hall. And the governor came, Governor DeWine here, it's probably been about a month and a half ago, to see the administration of the J&J vaccine to some of our students. And again, we were excited to have him here and show off that space. We also have a new chemistry building on campus. This is taken from a Maritime Park in the lake there. And it looks like it was meant to be there. It's just a beautiful location for the chemistry building. I had a chance about a month ago to tour that facility. Again, state of the art. I've been in a lot of chemistry buildings too, and this is unbelievable. Even fume hoods, they've got them where they have mobile arms where they can move them around. They're usually fixed in place, but the technology that's there, and now we're working on Clippinger to complement that, and that'll affect geology, geography, physics, and chemistry to a certain extent as well. And actually, I'll have my office and lab in the renovated Clippinger when it's done. So I'm looking forward to that and engaging with my colleagues there as well. Also, we had the groundbreaking and then the completion of the Perry and Sandy Sook Academic Center. And, we set a record this last year as far as graduation rates for our student athletes. and we're very proud of that. And this, Perry and Sandy gave the lead gift on this, but a lot of people contributed to this building that's on our football at the end of our football field, at the north end of our football field. But we dedicated that in 2018, and really proud of that. We have 450 student athletes, by the way, and they do amazing work for us and represent us so well. You know, our innovation center, one of the things I noticed, I started this started an innovation center at Texas Tech when I was there, and then when I came here, there was already one started, and we wanted to elevate its profile, and we actually were named the National Incubator of the Year in 2019. National Incubator of the Year. And some of the things that have come out of that, Sterling Ultra Cold, which some of you have heard about, and was purchased for multi-millions of dollars within the last few months, and really, really excited about the continued success of that company that came out of the Innovation Center. Dave Scholl's company, which was Diagnostic Hybrids, which is now Quidel out on East State Street, and employs a lot of people, makes a lot of money. Ruthie and I toured that facility a couple of years ago, but it came out of the Innovation Center. RxQ Compounding at Albany came out of this Innovation Center, and there continues to be success around that. One Ohio, many of these regional campuses, when I came in, one of the things that struck me as I went out to each one of them was they were operating like individual mini universities. There was not any integration and look for efficiencies. And we still have work to do, but we've made a lot of progress. And the board approved the final report of the One Ohio initiative. And we've created academic alignments. We've gained administrative alignments and institutional efficiency and saved dollars. And this is the Chillicothe campus for those of you that haven't been on that campus. But I really appreciate the leadership of Brad Cohen and Nicole Pennington with the One Ohio group, but also all of our regional campuses and our Athens campus in collaborating on that effort. We've gained reorganizational efficiencies. I don't know, I'm sure you've tracked, but last year when we took, which was a very decentralized communications and marketing model, so every college kind of had their own office, and we centralized it. And it created a lot of newspaper headlines as we redid this, but it was the right thing to do. And Robin, again, is doing a great job in leading that effort, but she's working very closely with the deans and with other aspects of our campus community. And Ohio in social media ranked number 6 among NCAA Division I colleges and universities this year. And in 2019, we were 189. We've already come up to number 6. And again, great work, Robin and team, but really proud of that. University advancement, we also did major reorganizations, and I was, again, one of the hires I had my first year was hiring Nico Karagosian, and I think he's done an amazing job. He's hired some outstanding people. He restructured advancement, and again, this last year we had the highest level of private financial support in 8 years. It was actually the highest in our history for a time of a campaign, and close to $50 million this year. As Nico said earlier, we're around $40 million, and they continue to win national recognition, and I appreciate him and his team. We reorganized our corporate efforts too and created a corporate engagement office. Kevin King is leading that. President Sherman was part of that at the time as a dean of business in helping facilitate that. And that has a direct line to Nico, but also a dotted line to Vice President Joe Shields, and appreciate their efforts in work there. So that's been really important as far as coordinating our efforts, like with Ohio Health, with the Cleveland Clinic, but with many other enterprises, although with COVID it's made it more difficult. We've also, as you know from hearing from Shauna and the work of Steve Woods, but many others, we've continued to look for space efficiency, and we've reduced our footprint fairly dramatically over the past 5 years. 442,000 square feet of property has been vacated. We've either leased it out, sold it, or demolished it. And so we made, when I came in, I was told the small house strategy is going to be right there out in front. It's very controversial, and we had to deal with some of that, again, newspaper headlines, but we got it done, and we've made dramatic improvements in the small houses that we have as part of our university. But flex work is also on the horizon post-COVID. We already are experiencing pressures associated with that, and we've been doing a lot of planning around that too, and I'm very proud of that. Diversity and inclusion, again, I created a vice president for diversity and inclusion, Dr. Gigi Sakubin. We've won the HEAT Award 3 straight years. You also approved at the last board meeting the Inclusive Excellence Strategic Plan, and I appreciate the work of Gigi, but I've also appreciated the work of so many of my leadership team. I've hired 8 executives during the 4 years that I was president that are part of my team, including people like Jenny Hall-Jones, Stacy, who's not here right now, but of course Candace, and it's always dangerous to start listing Robin Oliver and many others, Nico, etc. But I'm proud of all of them and their commitment to this theme of diversity and inclusion. This is not just about students, this is about our whole university and the culture of our university and what we want to stand for. And it's just like what happened yesterday. We led in Ohio. I think we were the first one to declare Juneteenth as a holiday, consistent with the federal government. President Biden signed off on that. But really, really important to recognize that historic day, and as we move forward, that will be a university holiday. One of the things that I remember the board asking me about in my interview and continue to follow up on related to rankings, and I get this question a lot from alumni and friends of the university, and these are recent rankings for the university from U.S. News and World Report, which is just one of many that we track and recognize that there's some subjectivity to all of this, but still, these are impressive numbers, I think. If you look at like number 17 best online bachelor's in psychology, or the number 19 best online bachelor's in business programs, which tied for number 1 in the state of Ohio, and the list goes on. We were number 11 as far as best online engineering degree programs. We were number 1 as far as online colleges in Ohio. And another statistic that I'm really proud of is that we're number 1 this year as far as best value. And what does that mean? It's not just about how much students pay, but it's the quality of the educational experience that they gain. And we were number 1 in Ohio, and we were 33rd in the nation. So really, really proud of that. And of course, our business school was up there again among public business schools, number 15. We had the number 1 Master of Sports Administration program in the world. There was a lot of pressure on President Sherman when he was dean to keep that up there at number 1. And of course, we all know how beautiful our campus is. It's, if we can get people to visit, we love to continue to showcase our beautiful campus. I started the Presidential Leaders Society with 21 members as the 21st president. And I've been really proud of that organization too, and the success of the students that have come through that program. Matt Benson was just named about 6 months ago to the top 30 under 30 by Forbes magazine. And he was in that first class of presidential leaders, and really, really proud of that. The Capital Internship Program, we had one in journalism, but their other students were just kind of on their own. And when I was at my previous institution, we had a very organized program, and we've been committed to that here at Ohio. Now, COVID put a damper on that, but we still have a program now where we're placing students with key U.S. congressional leaders as well as unique offices in Washington, D.C., and I'm proud of that. The Challenging Dialogues Program, again, to debate and discuss and openly controversial issues. Our country is more divided today than it's ever been, and it's really important that we have these difficult dialogues and understand different points of view around important topics that are affecting us every day. And then the last 470 days approximately, we've had COVID, and I'm so glad that we have this meeting. It's such a different experience to be here with all of you and have the opportunity to see you and have the sidebar conversations with you and to interact with all of you, but all of our colleagues. But it's been a hard 470 days, and it's been very disruptive and very stressful for university presidents who already have a lot of stress and then added on that layer. But I appreciate the support of all of you and the support of people like Dr. Johnson here and Dr. Ice, again, who's done a phenomenal job, her and her team, under COVID. But also the leadership of people like the provost and senior vice president as well, Deb Schaefer, and our provost, executive vice president, Elizabeth Sayers, and many others who really stepped up to provide important leadership. We had, I mean, just think of them, the magnitude of this, flipping in 2 weeks from regular university to being online, and then all the things that had to be negotiated as far as contracts for testing, and we needed to set up models for tracing when there were cases of COVID confirmed, and managing all of that, and isolation, etc. So a lot of complexity. During the 4 years, we added a number of new programs. This was at a celebration of the McClure School of Emerging Communication Technologies. We've continued to revitalize the Ridges, and we've invested more than $16 million in renovations up on the Ridges to repurpose the entire wing of one of the Kirkbride facilities for our academic mission. And if you haven't been up and looked around a lot, but there's the Ohio Observatory. Ruthie and I have been up there a couple times to look at the stars. Amazing observatory. But also Nancy Stevens has led the Ohio Museum Complex, which is focused up there, a very interdisciplinary effort. When I came on campus too, it was clear that Punch Card Park had never really been completed in the way Maya Lin, who designed it, also known for her design of the Vietnam Memorial in Washington, D.C., she was not happy with the way it was completed. She wanted additional trees and additional lighting, and Shauna was instrumental in helping to facilitate that, and others as well. But I'm proud that we were able to rededicate that in 2019. You may know that Maya Lin's, both her parents were faculty at Ohio University, so she grew up here in Athens. We started Bobcat Esports. We have the largest esports club in the state. This is a big deal, and if you don't know very much about it, you need to learn, because our students are coming in. This is a key thing. I was listening to Bloomberg last night, and when I was on the treadmill, and one of the people that they were interviewing was somebody who kind of started in gaming and sports, and just now as his career has just exploded. And these are, I mean, we're talking about billions going into the esports industry. And we have a new facility in Scripps that is part of that, and appreciate the support of so many, working with Scott Titzwork and many others. The provost was very supportive, and of course Deb and her team in helping to make that happen. But really proud of that. And then on the sports front, I was 3-0 as president with bowl games. And this particular scene was the last bowl win, which was the Potato Bowl, Idaho Potato Bowl in Boise, Idaho. And instead of Gatorade, they doused him in French fries, Coach Solich. And this went national overnight. Millions of people looked at it. And then this last March, and some of you were able to be there, we won the MAC championship, and we defeated the defending national champion in the first round of the NCAA tournament, the University of Virginia. But at the MAC championship, the players asked me to run through the line as we were celebrating the championship. So this was a special moment for me. My basketball talents. I love basketball, but I was never good enough to play college basketball. I played intramural in college, but wasn't good enough to play college basketball. But this was a special moment for me. And the other part of that I want you to be aware of is that exposure. There were millions and millions of people that followed us in those games. And I wanted to make sure I get the figure right. Julie just shared with me a figure for Julie Cromer, our AD. And by the way, another hire of mine who's doing an awesome job. We had $191 million in exposure value from being in those two games. $191 million. So people that wonder about and question college athletics and what it means to a university, it's a big deal. We also had our commencement. We weren't able to do it in 20 because of COVID, but in 21 we had our first commencement ceremonies in Peden. Over 3,000 students participated, and many of you were able to come and participate, and we thank you for that, led by our former chair of our Board of Trustees, Janelle Coleman. And it was the weather couldn't have been better for those occasions, including we graduated our latest class of doctors of osteopathic medicine. But we're all here for our students. And, you know, it's been, again, my honor to serve as the 21st president of Ohio University. But I'm looking forward to being closer to our students, being engaged with our students in the classroom. And I have appreciated your support, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and present. But I also am excited about our new leader, Dr. Sherman, President Sherman. He will do an outstanding job. And he and I mean, we were friends and colleagues before, and we've spent a lot of time in the last couple of weeks together as well. And I have told him I want to do whatever I can to be supportive of him and his success, because his success and the people around him is all of our success. And that's what we're all about here at Ohio University. So, Dr. Sherman, congratulations again, and I'm really proud of you to be our 22nd president. And with that, Chair Cooper, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
I'm going to do this. Thank you, President Nelson. And thanks, too, for your excellence in guidance, service, and support over the past 4 years. Thank you. And for the board, I know that everyone wishes you and Ruthie all the best in the days to come. And we are happy that you are going to stay around to collaborate from the geography department. And being a geographer, you will know where to find us. On a personal note, over the past year, immediate past Chair Coleman and I had the privilege to speak with President Nellis on a regular basis during a pretty tough time. And I think both of us came away with the appreciation that you are a person of great integrity, loyalty, and love for Ohio University. I came to appreciate you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to echo Chair Cooper's comments. Dwayne, you've been the biggest cheerleader for Ohio University, not having spent, I think, any time in Ohio prior to taking this role, and really embrace the community, embrace the board, very well known in Columbus, and to a person, everyone, including me, always talks about your graciousness and your compassion for the people, right? I mean, because that's what we're here for. And so I want to really just say thank you. So glad you're going to be around and with us. And if I could go back in time and you were my geography professor, I probably would have gotten a much better grade. But no, sincerely, best of luck to you and Ruthie, and have really enjoyed getting to know you. And your shadow of leadership will definitely be a legacy here at Ohio University. So thank you.
And now we have a certificate of appreciation for your service.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Secretary Moore to read it. You have a copy?
Certificate of Appreciation presented to M. Dwayne Nellis, the 21st President of Ohio University, for your distinguished service as President of Ohio University, for your consistently demonstrated readiness to provide essential leadership, mentorship, and guidance in all areas of the university, for your progress in aligning our regional campus structure with the Athens campus into One Ohio, for your success in modernizing general education, for the creation of the new Ohio Honors Program, for your leadership during the unprecedented COVID pandemic, for your advocacy of free and open discourse, for your sophisticated and detailed knowledge of university infrastructure, programming, and culture which you have transmitted to others with enthusiasm, for your relentless support of Ohio University students, faculty, staff, and alumni, for your tireless commitment to upholding the mission of Ohio University, serving as a driving force in the promoting the intellectual and personal development of students, for your unwavering interest in all arenas of student college experience, whether academic, political, social, or financial, and for your dedication in finding institutional solutions to improve our students' collective well-being, for your work to advocate for the many talented, innovative, and inspiring faculty members and students in our university community, for those personal and professional qualities of integrity, loyalty, dedication, fairness, and kindness which have brought you the respect of colleagues, students, and alumni and our deep regard. We thank you and affirm our appreciation, confirmed by esteem by the Board of Trustees of Ohio University.
Thank you.
Once again.
Thank you all very much. It's truly been a team effort, for sure. Everybody in this room, appreciate it.
And we do have one more order of business. President Sherman, would you join us at the table, please? I do have a few comments before I turn the gavel over to the new president. As you all know, Dr. Sherman was the unanimous choice of the Board of Trustees as the 22nd president of Ohio University. And there's probably very little that I can tell you about Dr. Sherman's background that you don't already know. But I want to mention 2 or 3 things which I think inspired the board to pick him as the next president. As you probably are aware, before coming to Ohio University in 1995 and joining the business school as a professor, he had spent some 22 years in the private sector in leadership positions, making business decisions on a daily basis. And when he arrived here, he eventually, it wasn't through the Peter Principle, but it was through hard work and leadership that he eventually became the dean of the business school. And during his term, the business school doubled its enrollment. And during his term as dean, the business school was highly ranked in the top 50 business schools throughout America in the public sector. He also joined up with the Voinovich School of Leadership and Public Service, which, as you know, has one of its tenets as the improvement for the lives of individuals in Southeast Ohio and all of the Appalachian counties, as well as the institutions of Southeast Ohio and all of the Appalachian counties. And together with the Voinovich School, he has carried that out as well. The reason for mentioning those things is that he knows the people of this school. He knows the history of the school. He knows the people and the history of the community of Southeast Ohio and of the institutions. And as to, with apologies to Mark Twain, I would tell you that like being, if you want to be a riverboat captain, you have to know all the contours of the river. You have to know them in day, you have to know them at nighttime, you have to know them going, and you have to know them coming back. And President Sherman knows the contours of the river of Ohio University in Southeast Ohio. Also during his time at the business school, he presented himself as a true leader. He is authentic. He is trusted. He is a decision maker, and he knows how to rally the troops. All important attributes. And he knows that you can't do that alone, that you need support. One of the things that he has done, one of the reasons for his success is that he is truly student-oriented. He recruits students. His business school recruited students. And when they showed up on the doorstep, he offered counseling and help all the way through. And he helped them with internships and what we now call experiential learning, and he helped them find jobs. And pretty soon the word got around. Well, I can best explain that by an anecdote that I shared with Hugh Sherman a few years ago, and most recently with the board. About 8 years ago, shortly after I had been appointed to the board, but before I ever came to a meeting, I learned about Hugh Sherman. And it was at a time when I was playing golf with 3 friends. And one of the players was getting ready to hit his tee shot, and someone said, "Hey, do you guys know that Cooper has been appointed to the Board of Trustees at Ohio University?" And the fellow who was getting ready to hit his tee shot turned around, pointed his finger at me, and said, "I want to tell you something about Ohio University." And I thought, "Oh, brother, it starts already." And he hit his tee shot. He's a doctor, and he sliced it. So anyway, he came back to me, and he said, "My oldest son went to Miami, and I thought Miami was okay." He said, "Then my youngest son came along, and he was going to go any place except Miami because his older brother went there." And he said he ended up at Ohio University. And he said, "I want to tell you that Ohio University shoots the lights out of Miami." And I said, "Oh, really? How so?" And he said, "Well, when my youngest son got down to Athens, he wanted to join the business school, and he was not admitted. He was greatly disappointed, But he said the dean of the business school or some leader there took him aside, explained to him what he needed to do in order to get admitted to the business school, and he did it. And he said on a regular basis thereafter, he met with the leadership who counseled him, told him what to do. They got him a summer job as an intern, and they ended up getting him a job with a big bank in Columbus. He's a very happy young man. And I think that explains Hugh Sherman quite a bit. So, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And Dwayne, I just want to, thank you for your successful time.
Thank you.
I mean, I appreciate all of his accomplishments and the leadership team that he has developed, and I look forward to working with your leadership team.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair Cooper. I appreciate the comments, and I appreciate the entire board's support and giving me this opportunity to become the next president. I've enjoyed these last 2 or 3 weeks of getting to know some of the board members. It's a very interesting group of people with very different perspectives, but the one thing I know for certain is how dedicated you all are to this university and to helping the university to advance its mission in terms of helping students and in terms of helping the state and the region. I also, just really quickly, just would like to say something. Is Deb still in the room? There she is. But Deb, I just wanted to thank you personally for your professionalism and how you've agreed to work with the university and myself over the next year in ensuring a smooth transition for the next CFO. And so I thank you for your contributions. I'm going to miss not working with you, but I so appreciate that you're working with us over this next year. So thank you very much. I guess the first thing I'd like to do, to begin is to acknowledge how difficult a year this has been. Many of us have felt isolated. We're unable to visit in person with friends and families or struggled to care for sick parents during this pandemic. Many of us were very worried about the health of our family members and friends, and I know that some of us even got ill ourselves. In addition to the faculty and staff, they had to complete their responsibilities for their students, and also our staff had to, to work in keeping the university operating during these difficult times, maneuvering through these pandemic protocols. I also talked to younger faculty and staff who, in spite of all these things that they were worried about, they also then had to come home and supervise their own children who were in grade school and high school to ensure that they were, advancing and learning the materials that their children had to learn in school. So it's been a very difficult year. I know that all of the board members and the university leadership appreciate all that the faculty and staff have done this year to make it a successful year for our students and for the university. And so I want to make sure that they know that we appreciate what they've done. Nikki and I, we love this institution and the Athens community. I mean, we've been here now for 25 years at the end of this summer. We have participated in and enjoyed many different organizations that we volunteered for, and the many different friends that we've made throughout the community. I would suggest that this is a very special place. Something special happens at Ohio University and in Athens. We all hear from our former students and alums how much they love their experience in Athens or at the regional campuses. And I would suggest that this is an experience that we believe cannot be matched elsewhere. Clearly, I have a short period of time as the 22nd president. A year from today or next summer, The board is committed to starting the national search to find the next president. So during that time, I pledge to you that I will do everything I can to prepare this institution for the next president who comes. And when the next president is named, I will do everything I can to help that person to make a smooth transition into the presidency. So since I've got this short period of time of 2 years, I have just 5 priorities that I will focus on. Number 1 is academic quality. For me, that means, most importantly, attracting and retaining a diverse and talented faculty and staff. Number 2 is enrollment. Number 3 is the student experience and student success. Number 4 is serving our communities. And number 5 is financial sustainability. So number 1, talent. First, we need to reaffirm the importance of our faculty and staff to our ability to be the Ohio University that we envision. We need to recruit and retain a talented and diverse group of faculty and staff. Our faculty and staff, we need faculty and staff who are committed to our mission of providing all of our students, whether they be undergraduates, graduates, or adult learners, with an outstanding student-centered learning experience. And within our constrained resource environment, we need to provide support for faculty to be engaged in research and creative activities. Second, given our dependence on tuition revenue, we all need to be focused on enrollment activities. Not only recruiting new, talented, and diverse students, but retaining the students who are already enrolled and communicating the Ohio difference. I believe we all understand the shifting landscape in higher education. Demographic changes are critical to our long-term enrollment strategy. As a result of the continuing decline in fertility rates in the United States, the most recent forecast for demand of high school students moving on to go to college has been, the decline forecasts have been extended to 2035 now. So we are going to see a dramatically reduced number of high school students who move on to college. There's 2 implications of this. One, it means that we will continue to see much more competition to bring in our freshman class. And number 2, there is a real opportunity and a need for us to expand our educational opportunities that we provide for adult learners. Third, we need to ensure that we offer a distinctive and distinctively valuable student learning experience that ensures that the investment students and parents make delivers on our promise. We achieve this by providing one of the best integrated learning experiences in the country, a learning experience that happens both inside the classroom and outside the classroom. We provide students with the opportunity to build a portfolio, a holistic portfolio of knowledge, of experiences, of competencies that they can use to pursue any career that they want to and become successful members contributing to their communities. The Ohio Guarantee Plus program that we all talked about, this is a perfect example of an enhancement that provides something very distinctive for our students. We also need to close equity gaps in student success and create an experience that is attractive to all and benefits all of our students. Fourth, I believe that this is a unique time in our history as a public university for us to better define our role in the region and the state. As a public university, indeed the first and the oldest in the Northwest Territories, we are called to be excellent partners for the communities we serve. From the economic impact of the pandemic to the health-related challenges of poverty and addiction, we have distinctive academic strengths that connect directly to the needs and interests of our state. This is a time to position Ohio University as a leader in creating locally contextualized models that drive state and national solutions that enhance the vibrancy of our communities. More importantly, we need to be an even stronger partner with the communities where we live, raise our families, and build our lives. We live in an amazing part of the country, unique in so many ways. And I can tell you that each community that Ohio University serves is seeing growth in different areas. Our students and faculty can learn so much from working closely with local business and community leaders. By building on these partnerships and finding new ways to work together, it will benefit Ohio University and our region in countless ways. Finally, lastly, as the result of significant demographic changes that have and will continue to occur, flat funding from the state, increasing costs of operation, and the need to maintain affordability for our students, we need to continue to adjust our base budgets. We also need to generate investment dollars that we can invest in student recruitment and retention, new academic program development, and the student experience. Fortunately, mainly as a result of one-time federal support, we came through last year well, but budget adjustments will still need to be made. I look forward to working with the faculty and staff across the university, as well as our student leaders, to continue to move Ohio University in fulfilling its mission and commitments to our students, to the region, and our state. Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary, is there any business left unfinished today?
I am unaware of any unfinished business.
Any new business?
I am unaware of any new business.
Could you inform the board respecting the next location and date of the meeting?
Trustees have a board meeting scheduled on Thursday and Friday, August 19th and 20th here in Athens, Ohio.
Thank you very much. There's nothing further, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.